Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to ECS Rainbow Six, another major division playday here on Saturday, the 27th of February. I'm Kangaroo Kenny, and for the first time beside me, Jeffro.
Hello. I'm excited to be here today. We got a pretty good matchup coming up for you. It's going to be JetSki Revanents versus PG Tips. Now, personally, I don't know a whole lot about the league standings. I don't know a whole lot about the team, so why don't you kick us off with that?
Yeah, so it's actually a crucial, and when I say crucial, I mean crucial game today for PG Tips and JetSki Revenants. PG Tips currently sit in 7th position in the league. They have 2 points to their name, 2 draws. Not going great, not the best of runs so far. But Carlstad, JetSki are 1 place above them in 6th. And why is this so important? Well, they're only separated by 6 whole points, and if PG Tips win both maps today, they can obtain themselves 6 whole points. And the difference between 6th position and 7th position is making playoffs and relegations. And you do not want to be in 7th position because relegations this season, with how strong Contenders division is, it's not looking good for major teams. They've really got those Contenders teams kicking at their heels.
I mean, yeah, I can't agree with you more. And being that this is going to be a huge fight today, and there's a whole lot at stake, right? It's relegations, it's trying to make the best out of a potentially horrible situation in this league, and they're trying to make their way and trying to at least get somewhat of, well, retaining a win, I guess.
Yeah, so effectively, if PG Tips come out with all 6 points today, they send JetSki Boys into the relegations because JetSki Boys have their bye next week against Glitch Tech, who are sadly suspended from the league. So they cannot obtain any more points after today's playday. With PG Tips obtaining 6 points, they draw level on points with JetSki Revenants, both at 8 points. But why is that important? PG Tips have the head-to-head against JetSki Boys from today. So JetSki Boys need some kind of points from today's match to keep themselves alive. Obviously, if they gain all 6 points, they keep themselves safe, and that means that PG Tips will be relegated. So it's all to play for. And here, bringing up are our lineups.
Looking at these lineups, you can tell there's a few players that don't really have a rating at the moment, potentially because there has been a little bit of roster changes or we just don't have statistics on them. But a big standout player for me, looking at all of these statistics, is Texrolo. Or Texrolo? Not quite sure how to pronounce it, but you guys know what I mean. It's the Ash and Valkyrie main. Got a rating of 0.99, a KD of 1.03. Not doing the best on entry, but still overall a pretty good set of statistics. Probably the most prominent set of statistics that we have here. And going up against that is going to be Spike. You got him on Sledge and on Mute, looking to be the second entry for the team of JetSki Boys, but you got one entry from Spike and you got one plant from him, so he still has that ability to get down those plants. He still has that ability to make use of himself during the round, getting up that cost and trying to do things for his team. So definitely want to keep that in mind, even as a second entry.
Yeah, especially speaking about Tex Roller, he is that player on PG Tips that can just fly off on kills. He can just wrap them together and put them in his backpack, and that's PG Tips. And Tex Roller is mechanically gifted, and I've personally had the annoyance of playing against him, and let me tell you, the man does not miss many times. He does miss, but that's everyone. Everyone misses from time to time. And then on the flip side, we Cold Cobra on JetSki Boys. I I think he's a very underrated player. He has come through on like the flex support role on JetSki Boys and really put in a lot of good work. Most notably, I've seen him on Maverick and Goyo, two operators that aren't necessarily thought of having killing potential, but he just finds frags and positions himself really well. So heading into our first map today, it will be Consulate between these two. PG Tips are yet to play Consulate, so hopefully they will show us something new. JetSki Boys' record so far on this map is mixed bag. They have a 7-3 victory against AYB on Consulate, and then a 7-3 loss against Skittle as well on this map. So mixed results, and I think this could give us a good matchup because neither teams are exactly strong on this map, but they're not weak.
Well, coming through with our operator bands, we got Nomad to kick us off. Thatcher's going to be our second one. Thatcher, of course, isn't too uncommon of an operator to be banned out. Nomad, a little bit more of an interesting band to be seeing premiered here today. Nomad is really useful for basically plopping and going along with your day when it comes to flank denial ability for realistically any type of push that you want to do. She's extremely powerful. She's extremely useful. You take her out of the game is going to be a huge hit to flank denial. And the attackers, they're going to have to do a whole lot more when it comes to being more active with flank denial and trying to fend off the defenders making their rounds. Belusi, though, she'll be coming out as the next span. And I'm not quite sure if there's going to be a Kaid or Mira. This could be really interesting if Kaid is left in the game. And it'll be Valkyrie out of all things. So we got Kaid left in the game for PG Tips to utilize, and now that they're going to be on their defense rounds, this could be very powerful, especially when it comes to Garage on bottom floor. Not necessarily so much for CEO, because there isn't as much hard breaching opportunities, but definitely on Garage. That could be very useful. It could be very powerful, having those ranged electro claws getting at those reinforced walls.
Yeah, some counter bans. We talk about like the string of bans. There's a collection of operators that just cancel each other out, like the Thatcher and the Cade ban. Another one of those is the Nomad and the Valkyrie ban. Nomad obviously stopping those runouts, but Valkyrie is a catalyst for the runouts. So banning them both out gives the defenders a freedom of being able to run out, but they have to do it without much intel. The intel is going to have to come from actual player calls, being, say, close to a window or close to a door. Maybe there's an evil eye that can give intel on a player rappelling on the CO windows, etc. But they're probably not going to be rappelling on CO windows the first round of the match, because they're starting down in Garage for PG Tips' premier defense. Goyo, being brought out by Instinct, is an interesting operator. Obviously, he brings the use of those two Vulcan shields, and just bulletproof utility on Garage is normally a mainstay for most rosters. There's a lot to clear for the attack, and especially it forces the attackers to go above into piano, open up the floor. But with JetSki Boys, their lineup, they're not showing either a sledge or a buck, so we may potentially be looking at just a flat take, especially with that Callie in action. She can just lance, I think it's called a lance those bandit batteries off and go from there.
Right, I'm really interested that there actually is no Kaid in play, and thus there isn't going to be any IQ in play or anybody to try to go above and try to hit out those electric claws that would be in place, or in this case, those bandit batteries. So I'm really excited to see how JetSki Boys is going to take this attack, whether they are going to be doing a horizontal take or whether it's going to be a vertical spin on things. Opening up the damage, should I say, not quite kill feed, but damage. Friend is going to be taking a whole lot of it. Under 25 for him at this point. He's still going to be on the roam, so still trying to pick up attackers where he can, but very heavily damaged doing so. He's definitely in a danger zone for himself, and if he does take any more damage, that could very well be the end of his life. Tex Rolo, though, coming down on the spiral stairs. It'll be the Blackbeard to pick up things for that one. Getting a headshot, but one of his shields taken down. Nomo will be picking up one with the P10 Roni. Unfortunate as that is, that's going to be your entry going down. Not the most important of operators, but an operator that brought a whole lot of unique soft breaching capabilities to the team, and something that was desperately needed, especially when it comes to these type of rounds. Nomo going on a double kill rip, though. He'll be picking up one and washed for the response.
Yeah, that's the downside of not fully clearing the entire map, the potential of a flank. And now we see ourselves in a 3 versus 3. Most of the roamers have fallen back site, as if all of the roamers have fallen back site. Notably Nomo, after getting that kill onto the Blackbeard through lockers. Now the lateral hold is being forced out by the players pushing in through garage and going for that plant. The player on yellow stairs is covering well. That's Wash, but the C4 denies the plant from Nomo. The diffuser is going to have to be recovered by Jeff, and he does so, and he swings wide, trash bins, but Nomo gets a quad for himself on the round. He only needs to find one more with that P10 Roni to complete an ace in the first round. The player is spotted, and that's no ace, but the trade from Instinct secures the round. A brilliant round for Nomo, making sure that, I was about to say Lexaro, that .lex tag always gets me. PG Tips come through hard hitting in the first round.
Most definitely. And I think a whole lot of that really comes down to the roam clearing efficiency, or really lack thereof, right? We didn't see a whole lot of roam clearing. We didn't see a whole lot of droning for the side of the attack. Just seemed like they wanted to walk in, try to get kills where they could, and take map control, and thought that it was free and open for them when it really wasn't. There was a whole lot of attackers working the back line and working the angles to their favor. And frankly, it played out a lot in their favor when it came down to those engagements. Of course, there were a few kills, specifically going towards the way of Blackbeard on the spiral stairs, but other than that, a whole lot of defensive lining and a whole lot of roaming really played in the favor of the defense, being that there wasn't a whole lot to do in ways of countering it. Not only that, the attack didn't even gain control of Piano, so they couldn't play vert, they couldn't do all too much when it comes to soft breaching, gaining control from above, trying to do a correct hard breach. It just, nothing came of it.
Yeah, that position that the Mozzie of Nomo played behind White Van is so easily cleared from above, as you said, from Piano. And just a simple sledge or a buck tearing up the floor from above eliminates that power position and the ability for Nomo to sit behind White Van, easily toss a C4 to deny the default plant, and that round may have looked very different if we had JetSki Boys establish some top control, but that's their decision to go for a lateral take, especially with the Blackbeard creeping down into lockers early, getting the opening kill onto Tex Rolo, but it didn't transfer into a round victory. So now the second defense for PG Tips will be the top floor on CEO, and a very main stated admin push coming out from JetSki Boys, most notably with the Dokkaebi sick pick too. This is going to allow the ability to hack those evil eyes on the Maestro if there is a lurker or a roamer killed off early.
Well, admin control definitely trying to get in the way of JetSki Boys. They're not making a whole lot of progress when it comes down to it. Trying to repel, finally getting into copy room though, as now a dual push comes out from the side of Abanish is going to be taking Visa stairs, and now Long Desk is going to be the next objective for the attackers to get. Wash though, he'll be coming in. Definitely caught Nomo off guard and was able to secure that kill. Huge fragger for PG Tips. Nomo going down. That's not something that you want whatsoever. But it's going to happen, and that's going to leave PG Tips at a huge deficit. Now, JetSki Boys put the scope of their lens towards the meeting room. They're going to try to be getting this plant down very soon. Execute will be catalyzed. Frenzy going down in the fire of it all. And Instinct picking up one with the attempted response. Wash, though, will be getting a double kill for himself, and a 4v2 will ensue. Tex, Rolo, and Rep, they're the remaining players left, but that will be no more, as Fluvio or Fluvit, I don't even know how to pronounce it. Yeah, Ash, basically, coming in, getting a swing and a hit. An entry player doing her best work.
Fluvio, I've noticed over the past few playdays, has been on that support hard breach role. And from last season, I remember Fluvio as taking over that entry role and just being so potent on it. So it's good to see him back on that role on the Ash and fragging out there for his team, securing them their first round. And that was just a really swift and efficient push from JetSki Boys. They had the 2 logic bombs from Dokkaebi, both used within the first 80 seconds of the round, and that really calls to me that they just want to be aggressive. They want to frag out on the site, and that's exactly what they did. They just pushed into projector, fragged the legion that was playing behind the projector desk with the Dokkaebi having the crossfire from projector balcony, Really well played from JetSki boys, and then they just flooded the rest of the site, and Fluvio got those penultimate 2 kills. So PG Tips not opting to go back up for a reattempt of the top floor. Instead, lobby press room, which has actually become quite a popular bomb site on Consulate. The evolution of this bomb site has been really intriguing to me, in how the adaptation of holding top floor has made its uses, and also bottom floor. We see a Pulse roaming down below, and interestingly, Pulse can deny every single plant spot on this site from below. He has the hatches in cafeteria and the, well, what I call the noob hatch just below Visa stairs that flies into lobby, and of course the whole of piano room itself is destructible apart from the black map. But if there is a pre-placed shotgun hole, thank you very much, Max, that is noob hatch. He can toss a C4 up onto the main door plant or anywhere else that his scanner gives him the intel for.
You know, I can only agree with you on your point when it comes to seeing the evolution of how this bomb site is being played, as now smoke will come out, effectively shutting off the rotation for the attackers. And Instinct, Toby coming in, swinging, along with more and more kills. 3 players down for the side of JetSki boys, but post-plant scenario does come true. It's going to be Fluvio picking up 2 kills for himself, and now in a post-plant defense situation, it's Frenzy to take that kill. Wash is the remaining player left on the board, and now a 1v3. This is absolutely huge. He's going to be coming up behind, getting a 1-tap for himself, but oh no! The UMP comes in strong. Nomo finding that kill, and PG Tips disabling the diffuser, all in a big swoop and a retake.
Somehow, JetSki boys got the plant down in a 2 versus 5. Really impressive stuff. But the round defining moment was the amount of players they lost going for that plant. They went for a rush strategy on the main door, the use of the smoke grenades from the Jackal and the Dokkaebi would have had frags. The smoke grenades from the Jackal cutting off the line of sight for the defenders. There was no denial eventually on the diffuser, but they didn't need it. They had the man count in their favor to just swarm the final 2 attackers after that diffuser did go down. So another round for PG Tips on the board, and that win unlocks the bomb site that they attempted first and was successful on first, the Garage Cafeteria.
Garage Cafeteria. First time that PG Tips went on it, they had a very nice hold. They were able to fend off the aggression from the side of JetSki boys, and with good time, right? JetSki boys, unfortunately, playing very slow in their push at the beginning. They weren't able to do a whole lot of droning. They didn't even attempt to go and play vertical. This time around, they don't really have the same vertical they technically actually do have the same vertical capabilities as before. A little bit more pronounced, but still not a whole lot, like a Sledge or a Buck. They have a Zofia and they've got an Ash, but nothing else.
What am I seeing? A knock, but not only a knock with a shotgun. And we're going to be seeing the can opener as well on the knock. No frag grenades for her, opening up this back hatch, potentially signaling a rush. And Rep is there, ready for the rush. The older cries out its name and finds 2 kills for its sake. Bowls, I hate this name. Bullsack is going to be lit up very much so from the yellow door as he attempts to push in. And the failed rush for JetSki boys now signals for them to slow the tempo down and try and find a kill somewhere on this map.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Now Yellow Stairs comes into contact with the attackers. Spiral Stairs the same exact way. Wash picking up a headshot for himself, once again on Nomo. Man hasn't been having the best experience the past few rounds. Unfortunate as it is, it's going to be Tex Rolo with the big response, killing off Jeff, and essentially a whole lot of roam clearing utility for the side of JetSki boys. Not looking all too good is the chances of the attack right now. BLZC, he doesn't have a whole lot of health left, and on top of that, Wash being your only other operator left up on the board doesn't really have a whole lot of opportunities to do much either. But now going down the spiral stairs and getting fragged out, Will and DB Zofia officially ending off her life, although Wash taking the opportunity to swing on the yellow stairs will get capped off by Frenzy. And there you have it. That's a defense round for the side of PG Tips.
3-1 now the scoreline in favor of PG Tips, and they're going to have to go to a off-meta bomb site, either the top floor or Archives Tellers, and after previously losing the top floor of CEO, they're going to go down to Archives Tellers. And this is a very interesting bomb site. I spoke about the evolution of the lobby bomb site a couple of rounds ago. The Archives Tellers bomb site has seen masses of play in the NA Tier 1 scene. So many teams in NA, this is almost their primary bomb site for Consular. There's a way that you hold this. There's one way that you hold this bomb site, and it is C4s from below. The entirety of the top bomb site, which is Tellers, is destructible from below, and that means that the C4s on the side of Pulse, Mozzie, and Mirror are going to be influential in denying that plan. But who else do we have? We have the Oryx on Tex Rolo, and that means he's going to be able to flank up either the cafeteria hatch or the garage hatch, and we see him opening them up to give him the ability to do so. Flanking on this site is imperative. As a defender, when the attacks go for that plant, you need the ability, especially if your C4s do not deny the plant, you need the ability to flank, especially flanking top floor as well, which Tex Rolo has so many hatches to choose from. He's inundated with hatches on this map. He can flank top floor and establish top floor control and just be a nightmare and a menace for JetSki Boy's attack.
You know, something that's really interesting to analyze here is begging the question, why did PG Tips not elect to go CEO for a second time? I know they lost it, as Tex Rolo gets a very nice headshot from, I believe, above with the T5. But anyways, I have to wonder, why did PG Tips not choose, consciously, the top floor site of CEO? Was it because they don't feel confident on it? Was it because they got absolutely washed out the first time they tried going? Not quite sure what's going on for them, but I really would like to know. I think it's an interesting question to be asking, but getting back into the game, we got Nomo, who gets a headshot on Fluvio, unfortunate as it is, and another swing results in a Nomo double kill for himself, so he's back in the game. UNP going absolutely strong. Washed and Cold Cobra are the last remaining players up on the board. Wash seems to be finding himself in this situation quite often, apparently, being the last player left up alive with either an entry or utility, or rather a flex player. Cold Cobra, unfortunately, does get droned out by the player of Mozzie, that being Rep, and now the defense knows exactly where that Ying is going to be playing. Coming from below, though, that's unfortunately going to be the player of Cold Cobra. I believe she rotated on through the hatch, and now looking to swing is going to be him, getting a headshot on Frenzy 6 Hertz. Not too bad. Great play from him.
Yeah, the head of the Oryx was spotted inside a bathroom by Cold Cobra around 20 seconds ago, but that operator of Tex Rolo has already managed to worm his way away from that situation, hopping up the piano hatch, making it to top spiral now, and he may catch the Hibana of Washed unawares as he creeps now down the stairs. The yellow pings from the spiral default, spotting the position of Wash pushing down banana stairs. He fires a few pot shots at the player inside of blue, but not able to land anything, and now Wash is wary of the flank coming from Tex Rolo as his teammate falls elsewhere inside of blue. Cold Cobra goes down to the vector of instinct, and it's all up to Wash now. He finds the headshot onto Tex Rolo. Very nice shot with the ACOG on this Type 89, but he still has 25 seconds to work with, but 3 players of PG Tips to find. Limited ammo in that Type 89 to get the 3 kills that it needed, but of course, one-shot headshot on Siege, he only does need 1 bullet for each of these kills. He's going to rotate his way through cafeteria, but going to be faced with a mirror window, and he decides not to go that way, as that is pure sentence for death. Instead, rotating through Locker's hallway, managing to miss a few shots and not collect even just a singular kill. Instinct finds another one with the Vector, and Lexa. Oh! PG Tips go up 4-1.
Nice.
Every time I see .lex, and god damn it, they were Lexaro formerly last season.
Ah, I see. See,
But
I wasn't here last season, so I wouldn't even know
two
that.
of them still have .lex in their name, and it captures me every time.
Well, Lobby and Press is going to be the next elected site for the Defenders, and the last site that they're going to be choosing on this half going into round 6. Hopefully, they're looking to score a 5-1 by the time that they hit their attacking rounds, get themselves a little bit of a boost so desperately needed on Consulate. We know Consulate is a pretty defense-sided map, although it being the only vanilla map in the pool currently, it's shown the test of time. And for that, I would have to commend Ubisoft. Probably the only time I'll be doing that, for making a map that grants attackers very unique advantages when it comes to very site-specific holds. But this time, it seems like PG Tips, they're going to be winning it out a whole lot more on defense, showing their prowess when it comes to strategy, when it comes to fragging, and just in general.
Yeah, I think the Consulate is in a really intriguing place. I'd say inside of competitive play, it does show itself towards being attacker-sided, but especially in ranked, because of the plethora of windows on this map, probably heading towards defender-sided, because there's so many windows to spawn peek, run out from in ranked, and
Nice.
a rush coming through, and all 5 players spotted inside of Visa. The pulse scanner showing its worth inside of Archives, giving out that intel onto the side of PG Tips, and another continuing their rush, but they're going to be met with a whole flurry of gunfire, and it leaves yet again Washed alone in a 1 versus X situation. He finds the first one. Texarola goes down again, but he still has the player trapped behind the spiral circle desk. No kill there. He doesn't have diffuser in hand, and the player coming up the bottom of yellow stairs, the player off the pulse who initially spotted out the rush on his cardiac scanner, ends the round with a lovely shot with the UMP, and PG Tips secure their first half 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, a really nice way to cap out the half. A really intriguing push from the side of the attack JetSki. Not quite sure what they were doing there, but they definitely had an idea in mind. Unfortunately, it was not executed properly, and thus it was a round loss for them, but really nice for the defense to come together and be able to make the necessary rotations to cut off the attackers, understand what's going on, and coordinate a defensive hold accordingly. So really good on them, I'd have to say. But 5-1 scoreline, like you had said, is now we enter the second half of regulation for round 7. And the first site is going to be CEO, elected by JetSki Boys. They're looking to have a very intriguing hold, like they've been doing this entire game so far. You got a Cav pick being played out, and now it seems like there's a little bit of trolling going on.
JetSki Boys, they've been having fun throughout the season, and they are very talented, but it looks like that their strat book doesn't go as far, it doesn't reach as far as Consulate, as we are seeing some slightly off-meta picks. The Doc, the Cav, the Frost, which arguably has actually come towards the meta with the addition to of the, I don't even know, the ITA 12S, the mirror sidearm shotgun, giving her the ability to make rotates. She has a shield to her name, and she also has a 1.5 on a tremendous gun. Jeff timing his impact to perfection to just utilize some utility from Fluvio, making sure that he's not able to heal any of the attackers if he wished to do so. And PG Tips starting their attack on the Eastern Front.
Eastern Front. Interesting. Eastern Front. I feel like you hear that in history a lot.
Yeah, I feel like it's a very movie-centered, like war films, like coming from the Eastern Front.
Yeah, it does give me that. Eastern Front. Reminds me of Eastern France, as a matter of fact. Eastern Front. Eastern France.
Well, this
Anyways.
is a war inside of the Ivory Coast.
Ah, the Ivory Coast. That's so funny. That's so funny. Anyways.
Stop mocking my accent.
My British accent is coming out. I know. It's because I'm searching for things to talk about. Am I doing it good? I think I am.
I'll give you an applaud. Yes.
Give me an applaud. Alright. Washed and Fluvio, they're going to be taking a little bit of damage. Frenzy, though, is going to be coming in for what it seems to be a little bit of a backline push. He'll pick up one. That's Fluvio down for you. The dock player of all things. Not a player that you want down. Seems to be one of the most important operators in terms of mid-game utility on this roster so far, and Rep picking up another kill for himself as Cold Cobra attempts to run out. Frenzy, though, he'll be on the double kill. Great kills from him. Washed and Jeff are the two remaining players left, and it seems like this push is about to collapse on Wash. Fortunately, won't even be able to pick up one, as now the attackers, they'll flawless that round out. PG Tips coming in for a very convincing lead, doing a nice transition to work through their attacking rounds.
The strength of the Capital shown there, that firebolt just forcing Frenzy from behind his cover, his safe cover behind the desk, forcing him away and into the prying eyes of the two attackers sprinting through the projector door. And we've already hit match point, 7 rounds in, and PG Tips, for the first time this season, are on the brink of a map victory. They only have 2 points to their name in the first 5 Playdays. 2 map draws, one against AYB and the other I don't remember. But this is historical. This team, this core roster, finished 2nd in Major Division last season. They really have fallen off in the nicest regards, but hopefully we're starting to see with the new additions of Nomo and Rep doing really well on the fragging front, helping out Instinct, Tex Rolo and Frenzy. Hopefully we can see them come back to their glory days, and this may just be the start of it. Obviously Nomo, the first round, getting a 4K, really showing up and proving his worth in being brought to this roster. PG Tips looking strong.
Most definitely. I mean, it might be on part of JetSki boys doing some really
10 seconds to go.
fascinating holds and pushes. So definitely not in the best favor of JetSki boys at the moment. But hey, you know, things happen. That's the way the cookie crumbles. And PG Tips on their potentially final attacking round. Of course, like you said, they're going to be on match point. And Lion will be brought out of all things Nomo and his best attempt to seed out some roam clear opportunities for PG Tips. Looks like they're going to be reading into the play of Fluvio being a vigil, and they very well might be able to pick him off. But a very quick exothermic charge will come through. Now Lion being utilized. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Chaos ensues. Now the attackers collapsing on the objective. Rep trying to get a fast and fiery execute going on here. Hopefully picking off one, and now BLZ picks him off just in turn. It's going to be Tex Rolo, the remaining player left on the board for PG Tips after all the chaos clears, the smoke clears, and thus we're left with the aftermath of it. Tex Rolo, he's going to have to pick up the pieces of what his team left him. Washed, BLZ, and Fluvio, the remaining players left on JetSki boys. Unfortunately, the only collateral they took were their smoke and their Ramai, so a little bit less area denial for them, unfortunately. Not the best players you want off the board, but it'll still be a round win for JetSki boys as they cap out that one, clearing house with Fluvio as he gets a headshot all the way from the breach.
PG Tips doing their best impression there of JetSki boys, just flooding all their members through a single entry point, and they were met with the guns. Simply the guns of JetSki boys, and they mowed them down, looking like a war-torn scene of a movie. And hopefully JetSki boys now are starting their little bout of a comeback, going back up to the console office this round, not instead going to the either of the two slightly off picks of lobby or archives tellers. PG Tips with a I want to point out, the Capital Fire Arrow from Rep landed on the front of White Van, like where the default plant spot is. So he was technically burning his own team alive when they were taking gunfights inside the site. Bit of a misplay, and I assume he was trying to shoot that arrow at the back of White Van instead of the front. But maybe we would have seen a different outcome if he didn't burn his team alive there. But yeah, PG Tips now obviously on a rear attempt of the top floor offense. The sick pick from the Thermite, which is now not needed because the garage cafeteria bomb site is locked. Thermite typically useless on every other bomb site apart from the bottom floor. Hibana being a lot more effective with that ranged hard breach that she brings with the X-Kairos, able to open up the projector wall from a far imprinter, able to open up the long angle from admin onto top visa stairs. She just has a bit more flexibility on this bomb site, and that is why Instinct is bringing out the Japanese operator this round. But the rest look exactly the same. Nomo has gone onto the sledge for the added frag grenades, which are useful in clearing yellow stairs if there is a yellow stairs hold, coupled with the Capital fire arrows.
PG Tips. They're going to be looking to clear out admin, gain control of that, and work from there. Not necessarily a bad execute, but again, it could very well be thwarted by JetSki boys in the case that they utilize their shield play well enough and play for a shutout defense. They're going to have to really play well on that one, though, if they want to secure this round and continue their run in this game. But you got Frenzy. Probably looking to pick up a kill all the way from bathroom, is what I believe. Where is that bathroom? I think that is bathroom. Yes, it is bathroom.
Yeah, you typically see this wall that Frenzy has just opened up reinforced because of this exact instant. Frenzy is able to open up a long line of sight that he can control the entirety of Baguette and CEO from just this one rappel. But the alibi is looking to get him off of this rappel from the windows down below in benches. Just punching the windows is going to scare Frenzy and just make him wary of the presence of a run out. But from down below, Nomo does get that kill onto the alibi that was lurking below, but Wash with a brilliant double piece on yellow stairs, killing one on the skylight and the second outside of... Where was the second one? Who knows? But JetSki boys have brought this round back. They were 5-3 down, but a big play from Wash on yellow stairs evens the man count. Now the rappel in under cover of smoke from CEO. Tex Rider starts to get the plant down, but a C4 is huge and denies it. Rep does trade the kill onto Fluvio, but he is going to have to rappel in to recover that bomb if they want to go for a plant. His teammate of Frenzy is still repelled on this bathroom window, and potentially a rappel in could see his demise. Now a stall out occurs between the remaining 4 players. Washed on very low HP, so is Cold Cobra, so only one bullet from either of these attacking ARs is going to see the death of them. But the rappel in, the audio cue is heard, and Cold Cobra capitalizes. The second rappel in is also heard, and that is the downfall. 3 rappels in, 3 deaths. Round JetSki boys.
Yeah, it seems like they're having a whole lot of issues with repelling in. But they definitely could have played that a little bit better when it came to that that attacking side, or that attacking half. And what I mean by that is there was a whole lot of opportunities where the attackers could have repelled in and where they could have played off of each other and their own synergy. Just didn't seem like there was a whole lot of that going on. It seemed like it was more individual plays. The attackers are trying to capitalize off of knowing that all of the defenders were tagged, and they got a little bit too over-aggressive. They tried repelling in, they tried doing their best, and it just didn't work out for them. That's the simplicity of it. They could have had a shot at taking things horizontally. They could have had a shot at trying to move up a stairwell, or even simply getting in at a different area in the map, but they did not do that. Instead, they just opted to go in for a repel, knowing that they would get quick peeked and pre-fired, and knowing that it was going to be their demise.
Yeah, there was still a lot of time for the 2 remaining players of PG Tips to work with, and potentially Frenzy could have rotated off that bathroom window, gone to the CEO, repel, and potentially repelled in under cover from his teammate of the Capital, who obviously has access to that 2x scope that the R4C doesn't. So he's able to hold those longer line of sight from the CEO windows, covering his teammate. But I've got to give props to Cold Cobra. His C4 denied the initial plant attempt that PG Tips used all their utility from Capital to try and execute under. The 2 smokes and the 2 firebolts, and they were basically nullified by 1 C4, and that meant the rep had no cover for him to actually repel him himself. So props to Cold Cobra for his utility usage that round. And oh wow, a pre-fire through the teller's window catches Fluvio napping, trying to shoot a drone. He did have his cloak active, but that cloak doesn't save you from bullets, my friend.
Unfortunately, it does not, as now we descended into a 4-on-5 period. The attack definitely having a huge advantage over the defenders, and knowing that there's one less roamer is definitely going to give them a whole lot of confidence trying to move into the building, trying to take over tellers, and I'll go from there. But you have Wash, he's another player on the roam at the moment. He's definitely another challenge to conquer for the side of PG Tips. In the case that they aren't able to drone him, which they actually are, he might very well have a huge, profound impact on the round. But mind you, he's doing a whole lot of rotates. He's trying to move around. He's trying to stay consistent with letting or not letting the attackers know where his position is. That's huge, because if Jaeger is able to blindside as to where the attackers are, if he's able to blindside them in general, get a good flank off, he could very well, again, have a very profound impact on the round. We just have to keep that in mind for the rest of this round. Rolo coming in from behind, looking to be a very, very impactful frag in the case that he gets this. He will be seated out with his positioning. Going down is going to be him as Frenzy picks up the kill on Wash. Nomo is going to pick up another kill for himself, and now Cold Cobra and Jeff once again are in a dire situation, but Cold Cobra on the triple kill, going from behind. It's a 1-on-2. Nomo and Rep, remaining players left on the board. Unfortunately, Jeff gets fragged out in the crossfire of it all. Cobra's going to try to rotate up the stairs through Spiral. Pick up the player from above, trying to pre-fire that. Unfortunately, not grabbing anything out of it. Nomo still staying above in the hatch. Has an opportunity at getting a pre-fire off here. Cold Cobra potentially going in for the defuse, trying to bait out the attackers. He'll pick up one. That's Nomo off the board. Rep is the remaining player, but not too much time. Unfortunately, Rep coming in, and oh no, he'll get the kill. That's PG Tips winning it out for round 10. Oh my word.
A valiant effort from Cold Cobra there in the dire straits, looking for an ace to keep his team in the map, but it was all for naught. And PG Tips, with their first victory of the season, get themselves ever closer to saving their lives from relegation. They still have a whole extra map to do so. That next map will be Clubhouse. So we'll have a quick break. Us two get our breaths together after that final round, and we'll see you back here shortly for Clubhouse. Welcome back, everyone, to the second map of today's first matchup, which is between PG Tips and JetSki Boys. The first map was a 7-3 victory for PG Tips, their first of the season so far, so congratulations to them, but it's not over yet. To secure their place out of relegations, to not play a contenders team for their major spot, they need all 6 points from today, and that means they need to secure the second map, which will be Clubhouse.
Clubhouse. Clubhouse was PG Tips' pick. So definitely something going in their favor here. You know, they want to try their hand at this map. I'm gonna say that very openly, very loosely, because they actually won Consulate. Like we had said, PG Tips chose defense on Consulate. They won it, but it was not their map pick, mind you. It was actually JetSki's map pick. JetSkis seemed to fall apart towards the end there, and unfortunately, they couldn't claw their way back up to a victory. A really nice, almost clutch by the ending round, but it was shut down very quickly by the player of Rep. And such, PG Tips take Consulate, and again, look to secure Clubhouse. Clubhouse is, again, a very interesting map. It's very defense-sided in the way that it is geographically set up. There's a whole lot of things afforded for the defense, meaning very small and close quarters objectives. There's a whole lot of areas to be held outside of the objectives, and simply put, just a whole lot of roaming opportunities. So really got to keep that in mind. On top of that, you got the attack. It's going to be PG Tips for it first. They're going to be on attack, whereas JetSki, they chose defense first. So the first 6 rounds are definitely going to weigh very heavily in the favor of JetSki. PG Tips are going to have to be looking to secure as many attacking rounds as possible before they go on to their defense rounds. And from there, it'll be a good game.
Yeah, the two teams' records so far on Clubhouse this season. JetSki Boys actually started off really well on Clubhouse. Their first match this season against Arctic, they came with a 7-3 victory. They then drew with the major division leaders 6-6 on Clubhouse against Lions Creed. Very impressive stuff. But they've taken a fall off. The past 2 Playdays, they've lost the map 2-7 to Jaegers and then 3-7 to AYB. So they started off really strong on Clubhouse, and last season this was their strongest map of the entire season, but they've just recently fallen off. So hopefully they can climb back to where they were at the start of the season. Hopefully they've been able to just figure out what they've been doing wrong, what mistakes they've been making. And here we are going into Clubhouse with the staff predictions. Fully, I can hear myself. That's putting me off. Take us through the bads, Giraffe.
Interesting stat predictions, definitely going in the favor of PG Tips from what it appears to be. Habana, though, she's going to be the first player off the board for the side of JetSki Revanents. Definitely something to watch out there. Habana is a very powerful, hard-breaching operator, so hatches will not be as much at stake for the defense. Thatcher's going to be the second operator taken out of play. Again, not all too of an unorthodox ban to be electing for. And I really have to wonder what's going to be our next ban. I'm going to guess that it's either going to be Mira and or Kaid, being that they're exceptionally powerful on Clubhouse specifically. And yeah, it's going to be Mira definitely taking out of play. So now she's not going to be able to use her Miras, or mirrors, should I say, and try to get some kills from them, trying to get some intel gathering opportunities, and just a whole lot of plays from that. Chances created, opportunities made. Wilmai, though, he'll be the final player to be taken off the board. That's a really interesting one, I'd have to say. So now the defense isn't actually going to elect to take out the player of Kaid. Rather, PG Tips elected for Mira. They swung that way. So now Kaid is still in play, meaning the hatches, they're definitely going to go in favor for the defense, especially now knowing that Habana isn't in play. So now a whole lot of Maverick tricking is going to have to happen, but it very well may be snuffed out in the case that somebody could be sitting below the hatch and wait with a C4. On top of that, you have a whole lot of time that's going to be wasted utilizing the Maverick trick, so you really have to be watching out for that as well.
Yeah, so starting off in the basement, sorry, I can still hear us talking being repeated, so my mind is being frazzled. Starting off in the basement is going to be JetSki Boys, and we're looking at potentially a roam strategy for them. The Vigil, the Mozzie, the Legion proves to me that they want to be aggressive, not just on the site, but on the floors above it. Oh. No, I had the stream on in the background.
Oh my god.
Alright, well.
You know, I don't get disappointed very often. But I'm disappointed right now.
That's a proper Toodles thing to do.
My disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined.
Well, hopefully JetSki Boys' day won't be ruined with 0 points. They're gunning for at least a draw on the Playday, getting 3 points from this map as well. And PG Tips bringing out the Ace and the Maverick. Obviously, Maverick making it through the ban phase will practically nullify the use of Cade. But the interesting thing that with Cade and Mav still in play, that Mav has to get the hatches open. Ace cannot. You cannot save time by using the Selmas to open up these hatches that may be reinforced, but they potentially won't be, because the roam on the top floor from Fluvio and Jeff typically has these hatches open so they can fall back to site. But it looks like PG Tips are not opting to clear the roam, instead just sitting players inside of Kitchen. Nomo opening up that floor with a sledgehammer, and then the flanks being held by Texrolo on the cage rappel and Frenzy inside of bathroom. Oh dear, Nomo, that's not how you started off the first map. He started off the first map with a 4K in the first round, but this time he's killed himself.
Nice shot, says Wash. I agree. Very, very nice shot. Very nice frag play. Very nice arc of the frag, but it'll be Frenzy to pick up the first kill for the side of the attackers. Jeff going down in collateral. Fluvio taking a immeasurable amount of damage, and he'll be killed just as well. Frenzy on, well, a frenzy of kills, I mean. Now 2 players off the board. The essential roamers for JetSki Revanents have officially been killed. Fluvio looked a little lost there. Didn't necessarily know where he was getting shot from, and ended up just dying off right then and there. But Wash be taking a very aggressive play, going towards Swamp, trying to spot out the attackers. Not quite sure what's going on there with him, being that he's a smoke, but I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, 50 seconds. Although JetSki Boys have lost their 2 roaming players, they've wasted a lot of time, and especially with Nomo technically killing himself, they still have got a 2-for-1 trade, which is very effective, and especially with the Legion adding to it, downing Texrolo inside of dirt. Does he know of this though? It doesn't look like he's able to confirm the kill just yet, but the drop does come through from Instinct and Rep in turn. The bomb going down next to the soft wall into the long corridor, and it is stuck. We are now into a post-plant situation where 2 players are sat back Arsenal, and the frag comes from Instinct. Adding onto it is Frenzy up above from the main stairs, and he finds the flanking player of Wash, and the first round goes to PG Tips attack.
A really interesting turn of events, as the defense got a little bit over-aggressive after finding the first, well, death on the round being for the attackers. I was going to say first kill, but we all know what happened with that frag grenade, unfortunate as it is. It'll be PG Tips to actually win that one out, and it looks like it's going to be a very late pause. Interesting one there. Instinct's going to have to do a little bit of a game restart. Pretty sure his internet was having a little bit of issues, so for now we'll be taking a short intermission before we get into the next round. And I have to ask you, Kenny, what are your opinions on that one?
I liked the half roam from JetSki Boys. I don't want to call it a full roam because they didn't have the construction hatch open, they didn't have the gym hatch open, so they couldn't easily fall back. They only had the staircases to come down, and those staircases the important one, which was the main stairs and bar area, that were the only two possible flanks from those players up top, were being held by either a drone on PG Tips' side or an actual gun scope. So really impressive work from PG Tips to just ignore the roam, but still able to get the execute that they intended to do, getting Dirt Tunnel open. Although they didn't take Dirt that effectively, they were still able to get the work that they needed to do inside of Dirt Kitchen, open the hatch, drop the hatch, get the bomb down, and secure a post plant with the Ash of Frenzy on main stairs, doing a lot of work from that position, able to hold the flank through Moto and pipes, and then flick around upstairs for the flanking smoke of all operators. You've got 3 toxic canisters which would have stalled out the kitchen drop, but they were not used on that kitchen drop. Instead, why not flank with them?
The world may never know. The world, indeed, may never know. And
Maybe.
I am a very tired caster, so I kind of ran out of points. So now I'm going to be resorting to a point that I know and love, which is questioning things. As a professional caster, Kenny, what are your opinions on keeping a stream open during your cast and having double sound and then making the production staff think it was a technical issue, when in reality, it was indeed just you being stupid?
Well, did it on purpose, you know. I like to challenge Grissom. Everyone knows that we love to just pester Grissom a bit. We just like to get under his skin. And if I can make him freak out about a technical issue that is in fact nothing to do with him and not his fault, that makes my day. And especially when I am in control of the situation, it may be hindering my ability to cast because it's really off-putting hearing myself twice. Um, but if I can get Grissom to just panic and there's that Simpsons meme, you know, when the Homer's in the have you ever watched Simpsons?
I have a few
You have,
times.
okay. Well, when he's in the nuclear plant and like there's a meltdown happening and just all red lights are flashing around him and he just needs to press this one button to stop the meltdown. That I imagine that's what production room inside of Grissom's room was looking like. Yeah, while we wait for the player of Instinct to return, we will just cut to a short few-minute break so we can. There you go, production. True, he was Homer inside of a nuclear plant. We will be back very shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are back from our rehost. The player from the attack of PG Tips has indeed returned, and now we are ready to get back in for regulation round 2. I'm excited.
Yeah, so it's another defense of Church Arsenal for JetSki boys. They're not looking to go for this extended roam on the top floor with the Vigil and the Mozzie, as the Vigil has not been picked this time around. Instead, Fluvio has taken the Jaeger, and that means, and that symbols to me, we're going for a standard hold of Church and Arsenal. One of the very few bomb sites where you can sit all 5 members in and around the bomb site, and it's not a disadvantage. You don't have to roam, you don't have to play off-site and hold a particular area of the map, say on Oregon basement. You would typically hold the pillar area, the rear tower stairs, and that sort of E-box area for as long as you can, then fall back into the site. But you don't really need to do that on a clubhouse basement. It's a site that all 5 players can sit in comfortably, each having their own position, their own angles to hold, and it's not at a detriment to the outcome of the round for the defense, because this is arguably the best site on Clubhouse, the easiest to defend. The attack does have a lot of issue with droning out to the top 2 floors. And there we go. One drone has spotted out Fluvio on another room. He still has 2 barbed wires in pocket. So, from my opinion, not very good utility usage there, Mr. Fluvio.
Well, it is going to be Jaeger on the roam. Frenzy disposing of that. Fortunately, Fluvio going down once again. Frenzy back again. Getting a whole lot of kills, a double kill, and deja vu. We've seen this situation before. We saw it in round 1. Ash was able to overthrow the roam from JetSki Revanents, and like you had said, it was more of, I guess, of an unneeded roam, being that all players can just sit in the objective, sit pretty, and wait for the attackers to attack. Unfortunately, they did not do so. Is now Rep. He's going to be our next victim of the round. Gold Corvo coming out with the Alda, but getting refragged shortly thereafter. Wash is the remaining player left up on the board for JetSki Revenants. Not all too surprising. I'll pick off one. That's Frenzy going down for you, and 3 more players remain. Unfortunately, he will not be chased after or sought after by the attackers. They don't seem to be all too aggressive for him just quite yet.
Yeah, he hits 1 bullet onto the body of Textrolo, taking away about 35 HP from him. But he is going to make the very smart rotate of going above. No players are inside of kitchen. This is going to give him access to the kitchen hatch, but it doesn't matter because the angles are already being held onto the kitchen hatch. The ACOG from the L85 of Nomo finds the final kill for PG Tips to secure their 2nd attack in succession on Clubhouse Basement, and I'm sure that will force JetSki boys into a site change, and yes, going into CCTV and cash this round, hopefully looking to get a defensive win.
I'm a little bit surprised on how that roam was fumbled. It was a 1-on-2, and there was no real refrags going on. You can tell that the defense of JetSki Revenants is not very strong on their roam. They don't have a whole lot of communication and refragability going for them, and that truly costed a whole lot of collateral for them. A 3-on-5 at the beginning of the round as PG Tips took control of bar and thus the adjacent rooms of the bottom floor. JetSki Revenants on the back foot right now as they look, like you had said, to change up the site now onto CCTV and cash.
Yeah, it's really good positioning from Frenzy inside of Strip Club, able to cut off the roam from just one position through that soft wall. He was able to obviously get those 2 frags on the Jaeger and the Mozzie and just completely shut down the rotates that were available to Fluvio and Jeff, because that wall inside a pool table from Strip Club can see through all the way onto stage, and even with an Ash Charge, if you open up the wall into stock, you could get even further reaching. So Good positioning from him. Good drone work from the rest of his team to spot out the roam. Really good pre-placed drone inside of bar. I want to note as well. I believe that was Rep's drone on the Mav last round. But Rep and Instinct this time have swapped roles. So Instinct going for the Mav this round. Gonna obviously open up this breach. Get to work on it as soon as Nomo has finished his remodeling of the soft part of the reinforcement. Does get a bit tricky, that. Yeah. Gets a bit tricky whenever you have to sledge it open and the one half of the wall gets sledged but the other half doesn't. And yet again, more really well placed drones inside a bar. Texrolo this time able to utilize those yellow pings to spot the feet of the Jaeger inside a pool table. And now potentially a rotate to the pool table window will get net. With Texrolo the kill, he fires a few shots which which calls for Belzak to hit the floor and rotate away. But holding the main door is Texrolo, not able to land enough shots to finish off the Jaeger.
Unfortunate as it is, BLZ retaining his life and thus escaping with it is now Frenzy. He'll be over on Logi's side, trying to take control of construction through interesting methods. You got Nomo, though, he'll be picking up a kill on the other side of the map, as I believe it was Rep goes down to a player sitting in the bathroom but washed, going down in response to that one. Texrolo finding that kill for you. Pretty bad for the side of JetSki Revanents to find themselves once again in a very disadvantageous position with extremely aggressive micro positioning. Not something that you want to find yourself in, especially having a downed Smoke and Kaid, two very powerful, potent players in this defense of CCTV and Cash. But now, Frenzy picking off another one. That's going to be Jeff going down for you. R4C collecting its kills where needed. Frenzy getting 7 and 1 KD. Crazy. Instinct picks up one with the M4. That's a headshot for you. BLZ, the remaining player left up on the board, and he's not able to do anything with it. Nomo finds the kill with the L85 and thus clears house.
PG Tips, 3 attacks in a row now, and they are soaring to a map victory, especially with the bans we have on the table. I'd say very defender-sided. The Hibana and the Thatcher being kicked off allows... Oh no. Are we going to see it? The first time. Yes! Bar stock defense for the first time in ECS this season. I think actually any season that I've casted. This is going to be interesting. Obviously, your operator selection is going to be completely wild on this bomb site. The Rook, the Warden, the Clash. What that sings to me is 2 shields. Washed and Fluvio, obviously bringing access to those 2 shields, able to give the anchor positions slightly... give them a bit more comfort inside of the bomb site. Because why we don't see bar stock very often? The site is huge. It is so big with so many cutoff points, just crossfires all over the map, doors and windows to the exterior of the map that attackers can just sit outside freely and hold. This is why we don't see this bomb site very often, because there's just too much map that you need to hold the bomb site. But with the shields that they are bringing, in addition with the Clash as well, you've got a lot of remodeling or areas of the site that you can make safer, and that is why that we do see the double shield coupled with the Clash for JetSki Boys' defense. And it's not a bomb site that people attack very often, so it's going to be interesting to see how PG Tips actually go forth.
Well, BLZ off the rip, taking a whole lot of damage, now less than half that Malusi will be. And a whole lot of droning coming from the strip side. Fluvio is going to be our first line of defense. He unfortunately gets droned out. But the player with the MPX could very well have a profound impact on the round, given that he plays well with his positioning and the powers of Warden Goggles. Definitely an interesting one there. But he's going to be sitting in bathroom, essentially begging for the attackers to swing him. Not the best position to be finding yourself in, but BLZ taking even more damage. Fortunate as it is, that's a 5-on-4 as Jeff picks up a kill with the MP5, Nomo going down in the fire of it. Rep finds a kill for himself, Fluvio going down, just as I predicted, and now bathroom control is in the hands of the attackers. Still a 4-on-4 as Gold Cobra now takes his hand at attempting to seed out the attackers from the side of Strip, looking to find any way of playing a shutout defense for them. There's going to have to be a whole lot of utility usage here to snuff out Gold Cobra. On top of that, you got a player holding from above, but it'll be Frenzy to dispose of that presence. Jeff going down from the hatch, and now Zofia has control of Garage, or rather, Jim. Oh my gosh, Wash though. Coming back, getting a nice headshot with the SMG-11, and a flurry of kills will result in the attackers winning out round 4, collapsing on the site at last for a very unsuccessful bar stock defense for the side of JetSki Revanents.
Wow, who would have thought they would have lost a bar stock defense? Not
I know,
me.
it's crazy, right?
Not me. And after being unsuccessful, the start of the round did look promising. They still had control of the gym hatch with Jeff on the rook, and that position is powerful. You need to be holding that. Even back in the day before the clubhouse rework, the way to hold bar stock, where it was actually the secondary bomb site, because if you don't know, pre-clubhouse rework, there was no construction. There was no connector between CCTV and cache. There were two separate rooms. There we go. That room did not exist that Noah is very kindly showing us. There was an outside exterior between cache and bedroom. So you couldn't rotate top floor, you couldn't hold top floor because there was a hatch inside of CCTV that was on the roof. Oh my goodness. There was a hatch on top of CCTV and there was a window inside of cache. So it's pretty much impossible to hold this bomb site. That meant you had to hold bar stock. And the gym hatch was a pivotal part in holding the pool table area, which you could plant in on the pre-rework. You unfortunately can't plant in it anymore. Bar stock, it doesn't matter anymore. We're going for a CCTV, a very innovative CCTV hold. The whole of the CCTV wall has been opened up with two shields placed on either side of the wall, making use of the 2x scope on the TCSG and the MP5 on a Rook as well to peek onto the players, especially Nomo, on the rafters inside of spawn.
Oh, man. Well, like you said, wall getting opened up. Funny. Hackers holding very far away. Instinct picking up the first kill of the round. Fluvio taking the hit. Fluvio did a very nice job last map. Consulate when JetSki was playing a little bit more serious to find kills. This time around, he's going 0-5 with 1 assist. Couldn't finish even the 1 kill that he had the opportunity to get. Now a whole lot of kills going on the board for each team as we find ourselves in a 3-on-3 scenario. So sides are definitely evened at this point. PG Tips, though, they'll be looking to go through construction. But first line defense on that defensive hold will be BLZ, looking to find an aggressive peek and take out one of the attackers. But it'll be BLZ, as a matter of fact, to be taken out. Rep getting the kill with the AK-12, hungry for it, most definitely. Fortunate as it is, you got Wash and you got Jeff left on the board, but Rep will make sure that doesn't happen. Jeff, unfortunately, going down to him once again, and that's Nomo to finish off the kill feed for Washed.
5 attacks in a row now for PG Tips, and an unorthodox defense doesn't work out for JetSki. The angles that they opened up were used against them, most notably that giant hole on the CCTV wall. We're going for a reattempt at the bar stock bomb site. And why not? Why not try something new? Trap meta is the aim of this round for JetSki Boys, hoping to catch anyone, most notably Frenzy, who's been playing very aggressive inside of Strip Club. Quick aggressors, quick pushes.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
We've unfortunately lost Rep at the start of this round, so that's going to give JetSki Boys a leg up in securing this round. And yet again, Jeff on the Ella shotgun, opening up the pool table wall, and they are going to be holding Strip Club at this time, so not allowing PG Tips free real estate inside of the 18 plus area, if we can call it that. Yeah, I've got nothing else on this lineup, Giraffero. What are you thinking?
5 seconds
I'm
left before
thinking that JetSki Revanents are not taking this seriously. And I
Attackers
could
are
not
heading
be
out to
more
defuse
bored
the
with
bomb.
this game.
Well, it's our job to make it interesting. Wash is going to be on the Frost shotgun, and he is going to be making up loads of holes here to add on lines of sight towards the stock area from the stage on bar. That's my interesting voice.
That's your interesting voice. Today has been a non-interesting day for me.
Fluvia will be droned outside of stock, and using the Capcan pistol, the PMM, which does a whole boatload of damage to try and find a kill, but Texarolo instead will shut him down on the aggressive peak. Frenzy is 8-2. He throws a drone. And a kill for the Frost. So Wash does get a frag onto Frenzy, and that keeps the man count in JetSki's favour on this defense. The attack shaping up onto the stock side of things. The players situated outside of the eastern and northern stock windows, but a pre-fire from that Frost deadly assault rifle. I think it's an assault rifle or an SMG. I'm not actually sure. The pre-fire finds the head of Instinct, and he finds another onto Noma. That's a triple kill for the round. He's looking to wipe the floor with PG Tips, as Texarolo is the last man standing outside by the digger towards construction. He's wary of a peek from the kitchen window as JetSki Boys aggress onto this final member. It is Washed for another aggressive peek with the 1.5 scope on that. I don't even know, 9mm? I think it's the 9mm. On Frost. Texarolo just looking to pad his stats. He did have a 1.03 KD coming into this match and looking to extend that KD further. The pre-fire as Ella swings towards the door with a shotgun. That menacing sound of the Ella shotgun. The boom box, as I like to call it. Texarolo won't be going anywhere near that door very soon, I can assure you of that, because that gun gives me nightmares of the Xbox days of old. And finally he is found, and Wash gets the final headshot. A technical ace, but a 4K, as there were only 4 players on the side of PG Tips that round. A really good round from Wash, and for the first time ever, a bar stock defensive victory.
Wow. I'm sorry. I'm being very uninteresting right now because this game has brought it out of me.
Go
Simply
on,
put, it is
give us your greatest interesting analysis on the Cali Glass picks.
on the Cali Glass picks. Well, Banana Vision coming in play is now Cali trying to use her lances to aid that one and aid the breach as well. There's going to be a whole lot of sniping in action for the attack and a whole lot of
Defenders, protect your
crossfire
bombs from
angles being
defused
held,
by
seemingly
attackers.
from afar. CCTV is going to be the next location that the defenders pick. As now we ascend to round 7. JetSki Revenant taking Glass out of all people. And like I said, Banana Vision, really, truthfully, and honestly, coming into play. But CCTV, a very serious hold from PG Tips, a little bit of a breath of fresh air will indeed ensue. So nice placement of gadgets will actually occur, and decent operators being picked.
10 seconds
Something
left
that we
before
haven't
insertion.
seen a whole lot of this game.
I
5 seconds
no disrespect to Fluvio, but I don't think I've ever seen a rating as low as 0.02. I think even Vapor beat that when he went 1-18 in the first game of the season. Shout out to Vapor. I know you're gonna love me saying that. I think even he had like a 0.12 rating. That impressive stuff from Fluvio. Maybe he's gunning for, well, JetSki are gunning for some records this game. They've officially won the first Barstock defense, and maybe Fluvio's gunning for the worst rating of the season as well. So it will be JetSki's first attack onto CCTV, and Frenzy positioned down below to try and fend off the initial garage push, but nothing coming at that side of things from JetSki. The push does come in through stock, and Washed is felled by the MP7 of the Bandit, and he goes for a C4 up onto the stock hatch, but isn't able to find anything as Jeff is looking for that trade onto the Bandit. He does rotate up the main stairs, and it looks to have been read by the buck of Jeff as he's ready for the aggressive play through bar from Frenzy.
Glass repelling. Interestingly enough, trying to use the ability to see all players in yellow. Washed. Unfortunately dead at this moment, so it is a 5-on-4. Smoke's being thrown out now, as Glass will look to utilize that one. Jeff and Cold Cobra all at the same moment will indeed get kills for themselves now in a 3-on-4 scenario. JetSki Revenants bringing shame so far to the roster of PG Tips, as now
drop the diffuser.
it's a very hefty player deficit. We got Instinct though. He's going to be looking for a kill from the player going up rafters, but all at once it's a triple kill for the defense. Cold Cobra being the remaining player up on the board. You got a Kali, and oh my word, that was almost a very nice kill, but Tex Rolo will take that one instead. It was a sniper versus a hollow, and oh my lord, it happened. That's a good night. That's a good night.
Texrolo was negative 12x on that gunfight, and he still came out on top. Wow. Yeah, that's a career ender right there. Fluvio
Career
and
ender?
Fluvio and Cold Cobra switching roles this round. Obviously, Fluvio kicking Cold Cobra off of the most picked operator of Cali. He's obviously not up to the task, being demoted down from that operator. Fluvio going to show us his greatest FaZe clan impression, and Wash deciding that, hey,
Attackers need to locate
we
and
might
defuse
need to
the
reach
bomb.
this bomb site, doing the sensible thing as the rest of his team are as well.
Next round. It's Church Arsenal hold, PG Tips, on their potentially final round of regulation. Knock being the
Bomb located
flavor
by
of the
attackers.
round. That's an interesting pick, as hopefully she will be utilized to play a
10 seconds remaining.
infiltration game, a spy game at the very
5
least.
seconds
That would be a really interesting one to be seeing.
It's what Warden should be, because he's like Secret Service, isn't he? He should have
Yeah.
like, I don't know. Warden buff needs to come soon. I don't know what it needs to be, but it needs to come soon. Because my favorite mustache man needs some love.
It'll be
Okay.
Rep to be the first line of defense in Dirt Tunnel. As now the attackers look to take it over and take him down to the grave. Fortunately, though, he'll be playing the clapback. He gets a headshot on Jeff. And that's Tex Rolo to find another kill all at the same moment. BLZ. Or is that? Well, I don't even know. Is that even a distinguishable word? I didn't think it
I'm not
was.
sure.
Oh my word. Rep finding a double kill for himself. This time around it's going to be with the Mossberg, the weapon of choice for him, as his primary. Instinct going down all at the same time, but Nomo on the refrag. Nice of Cold Cobra to be going down, and Washed is once again the remaining player left in the round. And now the players of the attack are seeding out the position of their teammate. Don't you just love it? It's a 1-on-2 right now. Wash picks up another with the AK-12, a gun that's thirsty for kills, it seems. Nomo and Frenzy, they're going to have to look to defend this with accurate precision. C4, though, it'll be ripped. Wash could definitely hear that sound cue, and nothing truly comes of it. He does have a diffuser, so he has the ability to plant in the case that he frags out Nomo, but he'll be having to frag and scope out Frenzy in that opportunity for him. He looks to find one, but from the left side is where he gets killed. He knew exactly that there was somebody playing because he did indeed get pre-fired behind that container, but he didn't look there anyways. And so he gets fragged out from that exact side. And there you have it. PG Tips winning that one out in a 7-1 overthrow. Inundation at its finest for Clubhouse.
And that's just not a victory for PG Tips. That commends JetSki Revanents to 7th place and the relegations for next season. PG Tips secure themselves the final playoff spot. They do have another game next week, but them tying on points JetSki Boys when JetSki Boys have their bye, their free game next week where they cannot obtain any points on the final Playday. And obviously we've just seen them. They've won the head-to-head against JetSki Boys. So unfortunate for JetSki Boys, but they are going to be playing in the relegations for next season against one of the strong teams from Contenders. Potentially Rocket Gaming, Makers Academy, Paragon, Last Resort, SN Peak. Contenders is very close, and any of those teams could be facing up against JetSki Boys in that relegation. But congratulations to PG Tips. They had a slow start to the season, but come out on top in the most crucial match of their season so far, securing themselves a playoff spot and, more importantly, not a relegation spot. So that's it for the first matchup today. A 2-0 victory for PG Tips, 6 points on the board. And next up, we have a Contenders division game, which will be between the actually second place team, Makers Academy, and Team Manic. So join us back in roughly 15 to 20 minutes, and we'll be there. I will see you there. I'm doing the double header tonight. And thank you, Dreffro, for joining me for this exceptional, unique game, and we'll see you soon.
So this is where you will see the game. Let's turn myself off from both. Yeah, if you look at my screen. Yeah, Discord. Yeah. Then I can. Yeah, I quickly need to. I quickly need to fix the score, and then. Oh no, you just watch it in the browser. Yeah, so the browser will also. This is where you will see the game. This is where you will see the other caster. It's everything is in this browser call. And that's all you need. Okay, so if you go to settings. Awesome, yeah, take your time. Yeah, sure. Yes. Okay, so in the browser tab, bottom, you go to settings. Yep. Yes. That's it. Yeah, that's it. And I mean, and make sure that you have the correct microphone. Probably a black box. Top left, I mean, sorry. Yeah. Okay, yeah, okay, I was gonna say you can disable the preview here. So that's all basically. So that's all. Super.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to ECS Rainbow Six. We just had our first matchup of the evening, and that was in the major division. Jesus, excuse me. It was PG Tips who came out on top 2-0 against JetSki Boys, and now we move on to Contenders division, and we have the infamous Makers Academy against Team Manic. And joining me for the first time ever on ECS is the Xbox Extraordinaire 2.
Wow, quite the intro. Hiya, hello, hi Kenny, how you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Good. You still alive after the last game? That was quite the one to watch, from what I saw.
Yeah. JetSki Boys were on a different wavelength to the usual that we've seen, but I've watched your Xbox leagues and Xbox Faceit cast, and I'm excited to be alongside you for the first time.
I'm excited to be alongside you as well. I'm very disappointed. When I heard Kangaroo Kenny, I thought you'd be Australian, and then I turn up and you're not Australian. It's very disappointing. Very disappointing.
I lived in Australia for a while, but I didn't adopt the accent,
That
unfortunately.
explains it. Okay, got you.
Wait. This is actually Kangaroo Kenny. This is my little...
Hey!
There he is. That's my little
Cute
man.
Cute little fellow.
Yeah, so the two teams we have this evening, Makers Academy and Manic. Makers Academy currently sitting in second in Contenders division, and Manic currently sitting in 8th. But that's not the true story of Manic. Manic have unfortunately had to forfeit 2 games so far. So they haven't necessarily got as many points as they should have. They've given the top teams, such as Rocket Gaming and The Last Resort, run for their money. They actually took a map off The Last Resort, which is coincidentally Oregon, one of the maps we will be going to today. And Rocket Gaming, they came so close to taking the second map, which was Clubhouse. They drew 6-6 with Rocket, and Rocket are our league leaders so far. But with at least 2 points today, Makers can regain that top spot that they think they rightly deserve so far this season. Makers Academy have been absolutely tormenting Contenders division, and it's up to Manic to see if they can finally get a win. One team, can they do it? Take a map off Makers Academy.
Yeah, so Makers are actually unbeaten, aren't they? When you look at the standings, I was checking it today and see they're the only team that haven't been beaten in group number 2. So yeah, as you say, they're 1 point behind Rocket. So with minimum of 0 points up for grabs for them today, obviously, if they lose both. But from the looks of history, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. So I guess worst case scenario for Makers is to draw with Rocket in first place once they get this game out of the way. But it's looking good for them, looking very good.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what Manic have in store. I've throughout the times that I've actually casted Manic in the playoffs last season, they actually come up with some really innovative strats that I actually love to see. They are quite a well regimented and structured team that are able to bring out slightly, I don't want to say new strategies, but they have strategies that we don't see all too often on maps such as Clubhouse. That most notably, I remember for a gym bedroom hold, they had a really strong top red stairs presence. They had a Wamai playing top red stairs behind a shield, and that's just such a powerful position when the attackers can't get rid of that shield because it's protected by 2 ADSs and the Wamai discs. So our lineups for today, would you like to take us through them?
Well, there's some big numbers on that screen I can see. So, for Makers Academy, we've got Rastin, who right up there with the 2.0 KD, but surprisingly not the highest on his team, with Katsola being up there as well. Although Katsola has the highest KD, he's not the highest rated, with the top rated player actually being Apex. Obviously, kill death's not everything. There's much more to it than your kill death ratio, as we all know. So we've got Rastin, Kiliator, Karyudo. I'm going to butcher some names here. I can tell you. Karyudo. Katsola and Apex coming out for Makers Academy today. And it looks like a strong lineup. Karyudo obviously not played at all in this league, so no data there for him. But with Team Manic bringing out a couple of subs today, so unknown on what we'll see coming out from this team. And we've got Phantom, Sparkins, Sub 2, Sub 1, and Chaps. I do like the name Chaps. That's going to be a fun one to call out. At least it's like 5 names I can pronounce on that team nice and easily.
Yeah,
So
not
that's always
like
good.
not like Xbox where you got X's and Z's flying in everywhere.
The amount of time I'll see a tag that's like ZX134 and I'll try and pronounce it and I get told, no, that's not his name. Like, well, what do you want from me? There's only so much I could do.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, Karyudo actually has played for Makers. He transferred, I think, in the third or fourth Playday onto their roster from Lions Creed. But we unfortunately, our stats have been unreliable at the time being, so he has no visible stats. I know that he asked to see if we did have any stats for him today, but I'm sure his KD and rating will be up there with the others because Karyudo, I can tell you, he is a force to be reckoned with, especially on entry. That man can fry teams.
Right. Well, look forward to seeing what it brings out of the hat today then.
Yeah, so our maps that we will be going to today are the well-endowed Oregon and Clubhouse. The bans follow Makers banning out Villa and Theme Park, which have been mainstay of their bans this season. And then the Coastline ban from Manic, their first ban, which is very, very sensible from my opinion. Makers have been absolutely dominating every single map on Coastline. They will run through every team. Just their raw mechanics make Coastline such a good map for them because we speak about Coastline so many times. It's a frag heavy map. It's more of a rank style, and the team with the better mechanical skill most often than not comes out on top.
Yeah, and if you look at the pure stats that we just saw from the two teams, there's no doubt I think that would be Makers Academy coming out on top if we did go to Coastline. So it makes good sense that was the first ban coming out from Manic. Clearly they've been keeping up to speed with what Makers are capable of and have said, yeah, we're not going to take that today, boys. Let's go. Let's get rid of it. Try something else.
Yeah, so heading into the match, and we saw the community and staff predictions there. Obviously heavy in favour of Makers, but I'm sure that Manic have a few tricks up their sleeve. Banning out the Thatcher is no trick up their sleeve because we've seen this 90% of the time. But of course, why is Thatcher banned so often? Because he is an attacker that can just disable, not destroy anymore, but just disable utility so easily.
Yeah, I mean, when we're still in the 20, 30-second meta, just having an operator like Thatcher that can clear the path of anything as you're trying to make that last moment push is just absolutely vital. And getting a Maverick ban as well, I think, is a great ban. On Clubhouse specifically, I would always ban Maverick over Thatcher just because Thatcher kind of counterable, but Maverick is a little bit tougher. It makes perfect sense to see both of those banned on this map. Maverick very strong for an attic take and also laundry and supply, which is the two favourite sites that people will go to here. So Thatcher very common, Maverick not so much, but still two very strong bans. Kai just makes good sense, and Valkyrie, great intel denial coming out. So good picks from these two teams.
Yeah, of course the Cade is a sensible option when you've already removed the Maverick and the Thatcher.
Yeah,
Maverick and Thatcher with a Cade on the board being banned away, it makes attacking exponentially more difficult. But Mirror still on the board. It's going to be interesting to see if either of these teams can incorporate Mirror into their setups, because I do truly believe Oregon is one of Mirror's best maps, because there's so many, especially with a Thatcher ban. You place a bandit battery on that reinforcement with a mirrors or a mute jammer, you're not getting rid of that mirror window, because how else are you going to get rid of the mute jammer? Maybe a Kali charge, but Kali is unfavorable in the current meta. The sniper rifle just not a favorable primary weapon for the majority of players. Very difficult to be effective with that weapon. And yeah, starting off on the top floor, kids' dorms will be the bomb site, and Manic bringing out the castle and the Goyo. Two slightly off-meta picks, especially for the top floor, but Goyo has access to those two very important shields that can cut off lines of sight for anchor positions that obviously the attackers need to clear.
Notice it's very interesting there that we've got a castle barricade actually going up on the kids' dorm's doorway, which isn't something that I see a lot of. Everything else looks fairly standard. We've got the standard single reinforcement and holes by the double window, and also going from kids into attic. But it's not often you see that door castle barricaded, which is interesting, because often you like to swing that doorway for anyone coming up white. So it'd be interesting to see how Manic are going to hold that. And it looks like we're going to have Jaeger downstairs all on his own. Sorry, go ahead.
I assume that castle barricade will be 11 hit. It would be strange to me that would just be intact. I think it may be used as a surprise tactic. Like if Makers drone out that castle barricade, then that's a free push into sight. But you just need to melee it once, and then you can bust out, use the element surprise to their effectiveness.
Yeah, we can see Astrology playing downstairs in the basement on his own, just waiting for those flanks up the freezer stairs to try and take the attackers by surprise. It looks like we're not getting a huge roam clear coming out. We are getting an attack straight into Armory and also straight into Closet. It's like they've decided they're not going to bother with Attic at all, and they're just going to push in from the south side of the map completely. And all 5 of them are actually already taking control. And there we see Astrology on that flank, as we called out, gets the kill, runs away, does what he's supposed to do, wastes those attackers' time and puts the fear of God into them, as they know they've got to watch out for him coming from somewhere else. So poor flank watch coming out from Makers Academy there, but quickly refragged. 4 versus 4 already, 1 minute 40 to go. Still plenty of time here for Manic to pull out this round.
Yeah, Karyuda going below with that Ash Charge to remove the Bandit batteries from Classroom, using the explosive damage from that Ash Charge. And that allows Wes to open up this closet wall with the MKERS, but an aggressive position from Phantom is caught off guard. Rastin collects that frag, and Manic do move into a man deficit, but the Jaeger of Astrology, now playing aggressive on the barrel's door, isn't able to find anything, and Karyuda gets that frag moving into the site, can't add to it as Chaps shuts him down. Sparkin's now expending his smoke canisters to stall out the further push from the remaining Makers attackers. 50 seconds left on the board, and the Ace Selma charges will open up this breach even further to give a better line of sight into the bomb site, and the ability for him to sprint in and not having to crouch or vault, which is a mechanically hindering move. He will move into that bomb site, pre-fires the white stairs, but there's a cleverly placed shield, and what a shot!
Nice.
Sparkins onto the trophy door, finds that kill as the bomb is going down in the default corner from Rastin. The cover from the gen window comes out from Killiator, and he does get that kill onto the attic player, and Rastin with the P9 secures the first round for Makers.
That was a great round coming out from Makers there. We had a really nice setup. That shield played brilliantly into the defense there from Smoke, but Manic just couldn't hold it long enough. But a superb attack from Makers. They stuck up on that one side of the building, lost a player as they tried to come in through the armory side, but once they managed to take control of that wall, they just tore it to pieces, covered the angles, got in, got the plant down. It was good to see the use of utility from Hibana there on that wall as well, using just the 4 pellets to start opening holes to apply pressure to the defenders on the other side. A lot of teams would just try and open it up, but of course we saw that there was the impact hole at the bottom of that wall, allowing the impact trick to deny the Hibana MKERS pellet. But by using 4 pellets, they managed to reduce the risk of losing too much utility, got that wall open, applied pressure, Manic just fell apart. And very quickly, Makers just took control, got in, did what they needed to do, and took the round. What a great one from them.
2, are you ready to see something you've never seen before?
Yeah.
This is the Manic special, and I'm 90% sure they're going to be doing their meeting hold of the basement. I love to see this. They did this last season in the playoffs, and I was super impressed with how it played out. Pre-Oregon rework, we did see quite often from Tier 1 Pro League teams, they would hold the meeting area for a basement defense, whether the use of a castle, the mute, and now Manic, I believe, will be doing the same. Pogo gone upstairs with those castle barricades into meeting. Phantom will play on the Tier 1 stairs using his scanner to evade the attacker's drones, especially as that scanner works both ways in terms of vertically. He can appear on top of T2 stairs, he could be T3, he could be T1, and that's really going to slow down Makers' push.
And it looks like Makers are ready for this. We've got 4 of them rappelling up that tall tower, with another one coming over from construction as well. So all 5 of them are going to come over that way. I have heard about a fabled meeting hold, fun enough, for laundry and supply room, but I've never actually seen it. So this is a good one to see having that hatch open allows you to watch 2 angles through to electrical, which is the most common way to push into the site coming from pillars. So yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how this one's going to play out.
And it looks like Makers may just be ignoring the hold. They've set up Killiator and Cat Solar just to hold passive angles onto this meeting hold while the rest rotate through to bunker. The castle barricade is going to give a very nice angle underneath it for both the attacker of Killiator and the defender of Astrology to play under, but Astrology falls the hatch, noting that his teammates on site are being pressured, and Pogo does get that pressure, add onto that pressure with a frag, but Wes does refrag at the cost of Rastin being put onto 1 HP, and another frag. The detriment of not clearing this hatch means that Phantom collects a free kill.
Yeah. Nicely played there by Killiator, just holding that position. We heard him put the air jab down up outside Kitchen to stop a flank, and he was put in charge of holding that position by the castle barricade, and he managed to capitalise on it. A little bit too late, lost a player, but he did manage to finish it off. C4 goes out, finds 1 target. Sparkins gets the second as Killiator goes down, leaves in a 1v2 with Cat Solar left all on his own with Diffuser. Now he does manage to do a lot of damage to Sparkins, who's going to stay here with the shotgun. If he gets up close, that's going to be the death of Cat Solar, but he doesn't get the chance as Pro Manic with the MP5K manages to clear, with the ump manages to get that pick and put a round on the board for Manic, making it 1-1 at the end of round number 2. So nice evenly balanced matchup at the moment.
How did Sparkins survive that long? Oh my goodness, the man was matrixing around. That was impressive from him. He got the kill with the C4, and then the second kill with the SMG-11 up close onto the Iana. The Nomad, sorry. Really good play inside of the bomb site and close onto E-Box door from Sparkins, holding down the fort. And then Pogo supporting his teammate on the mute when he needed it most inside of E-Box. So Manic with their first defense, and they will now move on to the meeting room, bomb site and kitchen. I typically, in my opinion, this site is quite weak without the use of a Cade, but it's going to be interesting to see how Manic do hold this, especially with the castle and the newly brought Maestro.
I'd expect certainly some kind of light upstairs hold. I'd expect 1 to 2 players playing around dorms and maybe one upstairs in attic looking down through the hatch and watching meeting room that way. Coming from Xbox, our most common third site is dining room and kitchen. Not a lot of people over there play meeting room and kitchen, so I'm definitely interested to see how this one's going to play out. But as we can see in the attic there, we are going to get that hold up top. It is often a Jaeger that will play upstairs and a castle as well from what I've seen in the past. And it looks like that is what's going to be happening here. So we've got the signal jammer, hard stop on that attic wall with an ADS just in case. And it looks like we do have a majority of the players from MKERS. Actually, no, I thought they were coming out from construction, but I'm not sure. We're seeing the drones coming out from the south side. Where are they spawning from? They are spawning from the campsite, it looks like.
Yeah,
Okay.
Killiator has already made his way into Small Tower. The pre-placed drones from Makers doing a lot of work there, allowing him to get that control for free. And the rest of them positioned around the Master Balcony and Armory side, looking to attack this hold on the top floor from the southeastern side. Karyudo is now just holding the angle, waiting for the Iana drone to move along, calling the coast clear. The drone will be shot out, and now just waiting for a follow-up drone because there's many crossfire angles being set up here by Manic.
Yeah, well, we've seen 1 minute spent already from the part of Makers trying to pick out where these roamers are. We can see there's Astrology and Castle upstairs. He gets taken out. Looked like that was from the double window. Well played there to Rastin for getting a pinch on Tim. We've still got one holding the top of White Stairs and then one over at Dorms, but that's the other one in the Dorms area with Malusi still holding that hatch. Now, a lot of work has been done here in terms of time wasting, but not a lot of work done in terms of just holding on to life, which at the end of the day might prove to be just as important as we see Phantom start to drop back to site to support his team, who are now down exactly where they need to be around that site. We can hear the air jab to the side of Nomad to stop any flanks, and he's going to hold position onto that security office, just waiting for his time to find the pick as the rest of his team join him on site.
Bomb located by
Baker's now setting up for a kitchen take after they establish top floor control. The breaching charges from Ash just opening it up the floor above security, which forces Sparkins out of that anchor position. The C4 from Sparkins gets expended but gets shot out the air by Karyudo. Very well played and good aim from him. Phantom lurking on the bottom of the freezer stairs. He may catch the Nomad unawares, and yes, the pre-fire gets a kill. He may get the second with the C4.
Nice.
Yes! Phantom with a huge play to bring the man count back level for Manic.
That was great work there from Phantom. Absolute superb play. Just playing down there. No idea at the bottom of white stairs that he was even there. Swings around with the SMG-11, gets the kill, and then big brain play C4 up to the top to take down that player up above, just balancing things out. And now Manic are in the driving seat as they are 3-2 up, leaving Hibana and Diana not quite sure what to do. But we do see Chaps get taken down as the plant is being placed. It sounds like it's going to be successful. Can't see anyone in position to deny it. Even though Phantom is coming around, he gets into security, but he is shut down very quickly. And in a 1v1, we have a post-plant situation with Sparkins very low on health, about 30 HP. And he is going to get taken out by Manic through the wall. And he is going to stick that diffuser and take another round from Manic. And Manic, turning what wasn't a very good situation for them at the start of the round, have completely spun it around and taken a shock win that, to be honest, I don't think they should have had. But they managed to get it, so fair play to them.
Sparkins with a huge play inside of Kitchen to not only kill the player planting, but the player covering. The pinch came from Security Hall. The Melusi wasn't able to net anything for her troubles, but she was able to call out the position of the final Maker's attacker. And Sparkins with a great crosshair placement, great shot with the SMG-11. He made the round, Manix, and Sparkins has really impressed me with how he has evolved as this support player throughout the season. I remember last season, he always, in the playoffs, he always struck me as a player who was on the cusp of just breaching that difference between good and great, and he's really showing up here today. Already 6 kills with some incredible shots that we've seen in the first 3 rounds. He's really putting in not only the supportive fragging work on the utility side, but kills as well. And when your support players can frag out like Sparkins is currently doing and get impact frags, that's the essence of a good team.
Yeah, he puts in absolute bits there, and he's totally turned it around. If he hadn't have got that play, sorry, it was Phantom. If Phantom hadn't got that play, that would have been turned around, and then Sparkins was just there to finish it off. So a great job from the 2 of those guys for turning that around. Turning a lemon into lemonade, that's for sure.
That's very true. I love that saying. I've always loved it. It gets to me. So, Manic, with the bomb site which they were primarily unsuccessful on, will now go for the reattempt. Instead of going for that other kitchen bomb site, kitchen and dining, they do go back to this top floor hold where they extend into armory and trophy. And hopefully Pogo won't fall victim to this angle just over the top of the armory barricade that he is holding. The frag grenade comes in and lights him to an inch of death, but he manages to escape and even cross back across trophy into the bomb site with players on the balcony. But because of the tinnitus of that frag grenade putting him on low HP, he's not able to hear the rappel into armory and is caught lacking.
That was a great grenade coming out from Katsola there to be able to do that much damage to Pogo. Didn't finish him off, but put him low enough where just 1 bullet to the toe was enough to take him down. And that's the opening frag going in favour of Makers, who are again pushing in from the south side. It worked for them the first time. They're going to try it again this time and see if they can make it work for them. We do have Ash there on that game's window who is going to get the pick. And again, we've got Makers taking the lead here and looking just as strong this time around as they did the first time. We've already got the holes open in Classroom to allow them to stop the bandit batteries from denying that wall. And it sounds like they're putting as much work in on that wall as they did in the first round. Nomad's going to have a little peek around through Classroom, pre-fires through the wall, isn't going to do the damage needed. Astrology takes a fair few hits back and puts them pretty much neck and neck when it comes. But with Chaps holding this position, oh, in Attic, he opens fire onto one player. He tries to follow it up, but Rastin is there waiting, knowing that the player's going to peek it. And 2 quick kills coming out from Kiliota with a flawless round for Makers. And they say, yeah, we let you have a couple of rounds there, but this is our site. We're not letting you take this one.
Wow. Something I've noticed with Manic, the players are being caught off guard by windows, and the fact that they are not hearing the sound cues because they have not shot out the glass on the windows. Their meeting defense, Pogo, was sat on right next to double window upstairs when they were doing their top floor hold, and he didn't break the glass, so two players dropped outside the big window and just shot him through the window. And that round there, Phantom was playing inside of Games, was killed by Cariudo rappelling on the Games window, and because the glass was not broken, there was no audio cue for that rappel, so it was just a free kill for Cariudo. Potentially, Manic do need to break the glass on those windows. It just takes a few bullets and it can save you a death in the round, and that has really cost Manic opening deaths quite often in this matchup so far.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get the same meeting hold coming out from them. We've got some good signal jammers being set up here to deny the intel game, to stop those drones from coming in and finding out where they are, but it looks like they're not actually going to change too much, if anything at all, from what they did in the first round. So, I mean, we have seen this site played once already. They were successful on it. The question is, has MKERS learned enough from attacking it the first time to be able to combat it this time round? Now, I say they're not doing much different, but I noticed there we've actually had a load of holes being opened up at the bottom of rear stage wall, and I don't think we saw that the first time. And that's going to make it a little bit easier for the player playing in meeting room to be able to stop that play that saw his demise in the previous round on this site, where he just got shot from below that castle barricade. As we can see, Nomad putting down the air jab to stop the rotations, but we are going to get a heavy hold from Astrology onto that doorway. But as the hatch above him opens up, he is going to drop back to site and give up control of meeting very, very early on. It's pretty much a free pick at this point. All the utilities stuck upstairs now. All the ADSs are upstairs, but there's no one holding it. So they've just spent a load of utility for very little payoff here, and basically just opened up all the hatches that as an attacker you want to open up anyway when you're going to try and take control of this site. So I feel like Manic might have just given it away a little bit here by dropping back so early and handing control over to MKERS, who are now asserting that control by stacking up here on the back stairs with two players coming over from blue with one still at construction, presumably on drones, giving intel to the teammates.
Yeah, really good adaptation from MKERS this time around, opening up, well, figuring out that the attic hatch is not actually reinforced, so they can just open it up with an ash charge from tier 2 on Big Tower. Really good work from them. Manic, obviously, they have a failsafe. They know that this is potentially going to happen in their strat. They can down, and look at that. Cariudo only has one ash charge left, and there's still Goyo shields to deal with on the bomb site. So potentially, and Catsola only has one grenade left, so they have to use their utility quite smartly here to actually clear Manic's utility on the bomb site, and even get rid of these mute jammers, which will be stopping the ability to open up, say, the elbow wall into the bomb site.
Yeah, so we're getting, as we get to 1 minute left in the round, we're still at 5v5. Plenty of action still to happen, as that last frag grenade from Iana is going to go out. It's not going to do any damage, but it is going to take down at least a Goyo shield and a signal jammer, which is going to hold at least two players back. If they were to try to get in and make a plant now, they'd possibly be successful, especially as that kitchen, or that freezer hold rather, has been stopped. But we do have Mute playing here in the closet, who's going to peek out to try and get that pick, but he is going to get refragged very, very quickly. Catsola gets the double kill, but he is taken down. But it is a worthwhile trade, as we are now 4-3 up, as Kiliator does leave, and we are now in a 3v3, as Rastin is starting to plant. It's going to be successful as a C4 gets ripped, and it does take down Rastin, but just a moment too late as the plant is successful. But it is a 1v3, 1v2 as Jaeger gets downed, a 0v3 now, as that last player on MKERS just can't hold it. And yet again, for the second time, we see laundry and supply room being defended successfully by Manic. Not quite as well as they defended it the first time, but in the second time, MKERS made a lot more traction on the site, going as far as to get the plant down, which I don't believe they did the first time. But Manic managed to have that retake sewn up, take the round. And we actually see Manic, against the odds when we joined this game, actually being in the lead with 3-2 as we go to the last round of the first half.
Really impressive retake there from Manic. Yes,
Yeah.
unfortunate disconnect for Makers, but Manic set themselves up in a position to be able to retake. The C4 from Goyo was half a second too late in denying the diffuser, but he got the kill on the ace. Then with a beautiful shot through elbow onto the Hibana, just opened up the ability to collapse onto the final player, which was Karyudo on Ash. He was practically trapped inside of E-Box and couldn't win out to the engagement that he took onto Pillar. So Manic do, as you said, go into the lead, and they will now attempt for the third time this top floor bomb site, which they have been unsuccessful in doing so, even though Meeting and Kitchen has been unlocked. Yes, Sparkins with an incredible solo performance, as well as Phantom on the round that they did win on Meeting, might be the reason why they're trying the top floor again, as they don't believe that their Meeting hold was that strong. So they're going to have to change something up. Obviously, they've been unsuccessful on both the occasions they've brought us to this bomb site, and I think that adaptation is not holding Armory. There's no Goyo, there's no castle, so they're not doing that extension across to Armory. Instead, this time bringing along the Wamai and the Malusi.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can't rely on the likes of Phantom and Sparkins just doing all that work for every round, so they'll need to make sure they do something a little bit different here, rather than trying to rely on those two players just to come in and clutch it up for them. Makers, they might, Manic might know enough by now about what Makers are going to do. It seems like Makers are a team that very much focus on stacking up as a unit and just overwhelming the defense by sheer force. I mean, there's the occasional pinch here and there, but for the most part, they attack from the same side. A lot of teams on this site will open up Attic, will open up Closet, and pinch from both. But this team Makers just seem to like stacking up from the one side and just dominating. They've already done that already by taking down Pogo, and we're seeing the same strategy come out on this Closet wall right now that they employed the first time that we saw. But what didn't happen the first time was we didn't have Chaps sitting there waiting, and a beautiful C4 there from Chaps, who takes down Rastin. That wall is still open, so the job is done as far as the attackers are concerned for being able to get access to the site. They just have to funnel through a hole a little bit more tightly than they would have done otherwise with that ace out of play. They do still have Hibana, who can open up more holes, but Chaps playing up close is going to try to deny that. The stun grenade is going to go out, and that is going to allow Chaps to fall foul of some gunplay there from Makers, who do get that pick. A couple of quick trades sees us go to a 3v2, and Makers, just like the other two rounds played out on this site, are showing dominance and have complete control here of Closet, Master Bed, and Trophy, and are just waiting to push in, knowing that there's one player in white, just like there was the first time, one player in dorms, just like there is every other time you come to this site. And now they just need to work out how they're going to pinch and win their ones. Now they've only got one left to win, as we go to a 2v1, and the plant is going down. It's not going to get denied, probably. No, it is going to get denied. Great play there, but the player in Trophy does manage to peek around and get the shot onto Phantom, popping him in the back as he does deny that diffuser plant, taking the win for Makers, putting us at a nice even 3-3 at the end of round 1. Sorry, at the end of the first half, going into round number 7.
Impressive stuff from both teams. These rounds are really being decided by individual efforts and tiny mistakes, and I've been really impressed by Manic's ability to refrag when there are opportunities to refrag. The Hibana pushing through the breach to kill the bandit, but Astrology was there on the top white rotate to refrag his teammate, and unfortunately they just lost too many members on the entry into the site that Karyudo pulled out on Ash. He got the kill onto Astrology after he peeked slightly too aggressively, but obviously Jaeger players, you get one kill, you feel yourself, you're feeling your aim, you go for that second frag, but unfortunately it just wasn't to be there. But I think a 3-3 half does throw testament to both teams, how they performed. Manic have been very solid, as well as Maker's attacks. So now, obviously on the flip side, Manic have to attack and be successful in their attacks. Historically, Oregon defender-sided. I think with the bans, we can slightly lean towards Oregon being really 50-50 between the attack and defense. And 100% cost... Oh, sorry, no. Could you just bring the R6 analyst up again? I was going to bring up...
That's nice. Let's look at it,
Killiator.
Attackers objective.
That's the man with cost, and if you don't know what cost is, it stands for kills, objectives, survive, and trade. And that is the amount of rounds the Killiator has done something influential to change the outcome of the round. He's done something every round.
Yeah, this is a really nice screen to look at, and it does show you that if you were to look at those stats, you'd say, hey, Makers are doing so much better right now than Manic are, but when you look, the score's the same. Stats aren't everything, and that is being proven right now. I'm going to be honest, as I came into this game and I looked at the standings, I thought, how good a game is this going to be? We've got a team who haven't won a single game against a team that's won every game they've played. But I've got to tell you, this is so close. And so, what was that? Great play from Phantom there. He just vaults out the window, sees ahead and goes, yeah, I think I'll fire a bullet into that. And he just takes it. Great play there from Phantom. That's what we love to see. But this is a close game. Really exciting one to watch. Yeah, very, very. So, as we see Makers going upstairs, the same site that they've won 3 times on attack, they're going to be wanting to make sure they can win on defense as well. But at the moment, we've got Manic firmly in the driving seat, and they are doing what is a lot more common. They are opening up attic. They've got 3 players, I think it is, stacked up over here with just 1 player in a pretty default spot with an ADS that is going to get burnt. Stun grenade is going to go out. He is going to fall back into the site as Ash is getting ready to make that move. And we are going to get just a little hold here from Maestro with that powerful order that will just rip absolutely anything to shreds that gets in its path. But Ash is getting ready to apply that pressure from the window. We've got Rastin behind a very common shield spot here by the dorm's door, watching over onto Trophy. That's going to be a big play. Plenty of denial there for Smoke, who can lob gas grenades over that shield to hold back this Sophia. She's going to try to use their utility, but it is going to get stopped by those 2 ADSs right there in the doorway, and that's going to allow that shield to continue to live on as Smoke is going to get up close with his shotgun, but Sophia has absolutely zero idea about it. Astrology is going to take one down. 5v3 now in firm favor of Team Manic. 45 seconds to go, and all of the pressure is on them right now, but they have very good positioning here. But we've got 2 players downstairs with C4s waiting for that post plant or retake strategy. And finally, Manic do lose a player and another player as we go to a 3-2.
Yeah, 30 seconds left for Manic to make that execute onto the bomb site. There is 1 player down below, and the 1 site player up top has been felled. Phantom with that kill from the double window. It's all on Killiator. He still has a C4 to be able to expend to deny the plant, but there's no intel from the Evil Eyes to net that frag and possibly round-winning kill onto the diffuser planter. He has to retake up the white stairs, a tall order with crossfire between Trophy and Big Window. He will spot the first player on Big Window with a nasty shot onto the head, but Pogo's there for a refrag on the Nomad. Manic with a successful first attack onto the top floor. Kids Dorms bomb site, which so far is 0-4 for the defense.
That was a great shot there from that last player on Manic. I mean, an impactless frag, but a great shot nonetheless. That's what we love to see in the game. Kids Dorms, although Makers have just lost it, they are going to head back there and not going to try another site. They've decided, I guess, that they did what they needed to. They had it close enough to being correct. Maybe just a couple of tweaks. They think they'll probably win it this time, so they are going to give it a second crack, as we are going to see Killiator 6 picking off Bandit and going on to Mozzie. I'm not sure we've seen Mozzie come out at all in this game so far, have we? This is going to be the first time we've seen him. So I assume he will be playing down below for that post plant or plant denial, again with Cat Solar playing another C4 operator. Killiator will just be useful for grabbing those drones off of the attackers, setting them up in the right positions on all the default plant spots, just waiting for the plant to go down, and then they will strike from below with that C4. Standard.
Yeah,
sorry, go for it.
Especially with Valkyrie being banned, and we saw last time that both Evil Eyes from Wes had been cleared by the Manic attack. There was no intel for late rounds for Cat Solar to be able to nitro cell the planter with. So potentially, if Killiator does get access to one of those drones, as you said, he can position them in a place where Makers can utilize that intel to their effect. Manic, I think, going for this similar attack as they did last time, starting at Big Tower. But Makers have changed something. They've done something interesting. They've invested reinforcements downstairs in Kitchen. And Why have they done this? They can hold below and play C4s, especially with a rotate into security. You can hold below so effectively and be able to go for a... Oh, no.
Oh, beautiful.
The C4 doesn't even need to go up through the floor when Catsola can just do that onto Phantom throwing a drone. Bye-bye the Ash, and that's a lot of utility that now falls all on the shoulders of the Zofia to clear. There's 3 Banshees, 2 Evilizer, Smoke Shield to get rid of. You've only got 2 impacts to do that now.
It was a beautiful play from Catsola. He didn't even know that they knew that he was there, but Ash opens up the doorway, runs back. I can only assume that Catsola heard him go onto a drone and thought, yeah, the guy's just standing there looking at his phone. Let's chuck a C4 out, see what happens. What's the worst that can happen? Well, the worst that can happen is, for Phantom at least, is that he gets blown to smithereens. Catsola is going to give up that position now and start to fall back to sight, but start to fall away from that hold. No, sorry, he's dead completely. That's why he's fallen back. I was so excited I didn't even see what was going on. 4v4. Minute and a half left to go.
Yeah, Karyudo holding on to this master bedroom area, which obviously Manic looked to rotate rounds late round last time. Oh, an unfortunate team kill from Pogo as the stack up inside of Attic to take down the Maestro. The aim was to kill the Maestro, but instead they kill each other. But Chaps with a beautiful kill onto Karyudo after hiding in the master bed. But that was straight after he had already fallen one of his teammates. And it does leave Chaps in a 1 versus 3 now for Manic. He has the breach onto Attic and the breach in Closet to work around. The C4 gets expended and that will do no damage to him. He has a crossfire to deal with, so much utility. There's even a Banshee to walk through on the brick door. A smoke grenade gets expended to cut off the line of sight. And Wes finds the line of sight onto the body of the ace. And that is Maker's first defense in the bag. And yet again, what do you know? We're back level.
It was an interesting play from Ace to open that attic wall. Now, when you're not in a 1v3, I kind of understand it. But when he opened it, I thought, okay, maybe he's going to push that aggressively for that player in attic. But he turned his back and started running towards Closet. And I'm thinking, not sure this is the play, my guy. Not sure this is the play. And sure enough, that hold that he made did go against him. He got taken down swiftly by Maestro, and that was the end of that for Manic, unfortunately. Well played to Makers with a strong defense. Ripped Manic a new one there, and like you say, managed to balance it out as we now head downstairs to laundry and supply room. And we're not going to see a meeting room hold here, you don't think? We're going to see a more standard hold downstairs on site, you're thinking, Kenny?
I would assume so, especially with the Wamai being brought, as well as the Jaeger. I'm predicting a very strong elbow hold. We see Karyudo placing down those 3 ADSs inside of elbow to be able to protect the shield that will be placed there. And potentially we'll see Rastin play behind that shield and be able to throw out those discs to protect the shield from being destroyed. The interesting thing, Manic are not bringing frag grenades on their lineup. We saw Makers on their attack solely bringing the Iana every round on Catsola, but Manic, they're not bringing any kind of nades, and that's really being a detriment, I think, to their attack. Karyudo is going to start off with a very aggressive spawn peek, which does get spotted out on a drone. He collects the drone, 9 drones called out, and he's going to fall back to site. Actually, 7 drones.
Good quick maths there. Yeah. Good quick maths.
No, I just peeked. I love the drone count on the right. You can quickly peek and see how many drones you got left. Phantom doesn't have any drones anymore because he is 6 feet under. The peek from small tower window finds the kill onto the Ash outside of big tower. And I think Manic are really falling to their predictability. Every time they start off their attack through big tower, and Makers are really starting to read into this and capitalize.
Ooh, beautiful shot there from Karyudo. Oh, he's going to down the other player as he gets downed as well. So essentially a 4. Yeah. Oh, another C4 from Catsola. This guy does absolute bits with C4s. Do not let him have explosives. It's just asking for trouble. So 4v2. As Astrology is going to start to push in, we're going to want to see him join up with his teammate, who is just holding his flank at the moment. The air jab is there to stop anyone from rushing out of kitchen. But I'm interested to see what kind of play we're going to get here, as Chaps is actually going to follow him. So are they going to go for a meeting hatch, or are they going to go for freezer? Astrology is going to come back. It looks like they are going to go for a meeting electrical drop, perhaps. Looks like that's what they're setting up for. And Makers are just going to sit on site with one player at the bottom of laundry stairs, just waiting very patiently for them to come to them. Now, with 1 minute and 10 seconds left, the pressure here is on the attackers. The 4 defenders could just sit on site, do nothing, and still win the round, but the attackers have to make stuff happen, which Astrology starts to do, as he does take one person out. But Cat Solar is still alive, which is more that could be said for Astrology, as Cat Solar gets another one, and that was at least the 3k for him, taking down, well, 60% of Manic, at least, putting another round on the board for Makers, and they are starting to assert their dominance as they do take the lead now, going 5-4 up, putting themselves just a couple of rounds away from match point. Sorry, 1 round away from match point, a couple of rounds away from a clear win.
Yeah, I think Makers are just starting to rear their horns here. They're just showing why they're the big boys. Manic, as I said, falling to their predictability. Makers have really started to capitalize on the fact that Manic have attacked from big tower side, construction side, every single round so far. And Cat Solar on the Malusi, he's doing exactly what he needs to do to get an advantage out of that. A peek from small tower window onto big tower kills Phantom. A C4 from big tower door onto... Yes, the Ashe is going down very early, and in metas of old you would say that losing your Ashe, not a big deal. But the fact that Makers are bringing so many shields, they've got the Goyo, obviously they've got the Malusi as well, the smoke shield in previous rounds. Losing your Ashe and those 3 breaching round devastating for the outcome, especially when there's no nades on the board and it's all on Astrology's shoulders with 2 impacts to try and clear a whole bunch of utility. So Makers now carry on with their utility play, move on to the dining room bomb site. They don't opt for the meeting site as previously Manic had defended. It will be this dining room site, and Manic really need to pull this win out the bag. It's a tertiary bomb site for Makers, so they'll be slightly weaker on it. They need to capitalize.
Yeah, this is a bit more what I'm used to, seeing the old dining room and kitchen site being played. And we can see that actually Makers have set up what I would call a very, very standard setup. We've got the player with the reinforced wall and showers with the holes in the wall next to it at the bottom. There's nothing particularly unusual or special about this setup, so there's nothing here that Manic should really be unaware of how to tackle. We can see there are 3 players actually upstairs. We've got the Smoke, Wamai and Jaeger all playing on the top floor with, it looks like, Cat Solar and Wes playing just down below. Yep, it is just those 2 down below. Thank you very much, Noah, for showing me that. Great observation.
Yeah, this is a very heavy top hold from Makers, and Phantom are trying to tackle it head on. A shot from Pogo does find the head of Cat Solar. That was one of those players down below, and Phantom will add on to it as the aggress through attic finds the player on big window. Killiator goes down, and it's all up to Karyudo and Rastin to hold this top floor, but Rastin falls, and Karyudo has a whole heap of weight on his shoulders now as the aggress from the Zafir doesn't find the kill. He nets 1 bullet, but Karyudo gets that kill and escapes back down the hatch. Well, not the hatch, down the stairs, back to safety.
The excitement's too much. The excitement's too much.
Yeah, Wes still persisting in this main lobby. He has a C4 to be able to use when Manic could go for this vertical play down onto the bomb site. Breaching charges on the Ashe. We'll be opening up lines of sight, and Wes here, he is lurking below White Stairs, as well as Karyudo, maybe aiming for a double White Stairs flank, and Karyudo is going to meet Sparkins and find the kill there, bringing this round back in their favour. He hits Phantom, but not enough damage to kill him off. Manic, they have a 5 versus 2 advantage, now down into a 3 versus 2 with 30 seconds left.
Makers are doing a great job here of holding back the attack. I mean, they're in now and starting to plant, and one of them had died, but we were saying great there from Jaeger, just running up the stairs, doing some damage, running back, just keeping them guessing, just making them watch themselves. But at the end of the day, And Manic managed to get in, start that plant. I don't think it was successful. Pretty sure it didn't go down. But that last kill brought out there from Nomad does see MKERS winning that round and going 6-4 up onto match point. Sorry,
5-5.
Manic wouldn't go to 5-5 now. So we are going to see at least 2 more rounds get played out by these two teams. As, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be a 7-4. It's going to be at least a 7-5 or a 6-6 that we're going to see here. That's the scoreline. That's my prediction for this one, is a 6-6 or a 7-5, Kenny.
Yeah, as our producer just put in our, not our producer, our observer just put in our live chat, who would have imagined that Oregon will be going to round 12? we even spoke about in the pre-game when we were just chilling before the game went live. We said, well, Noah said, every Oregon game goes to round 12, and fate. What is fate? We're going through, it's scripted, we're going along with everything. And Manic really aren't going along with the script. This was supposed to be an easy game for MKERS. Second place against bottom in the table. But Manic, commending to them, they've had a rough season. They are a decent team. They had a run through the playoffs last season that caught my eye as being very impressive. They unfortunately fell to the eventual winners of the entire season, Shreks and Hobbits. And obviously, when you lose to the eventual winners, it takes a bit of weight off your shoulders. You didn't lose in vain. So it's good to see Manic giving MKERS such a good run for their money, and potentially they could take all 3 points here. They do have to, however, win 2 attacks, which on 2 bomb sites they have been successful on top floor, not on the basement. And it's not going to start off on good footing here either, as Pogo falls, placing down those air jabs in the kitchen hall.
Yeah, sorry, I was writing stuff down there to keep a track of what's actually going on. All right, so we are going to get Manic here, starting to apply pressure from the tall tower, and another player coming over here to the small tower. So it looks like we are going to get a bit more of a standard pinch from both sides, as Astrology gets the beautiful kill there onto Cat Solar, playing that role downstairs on the basement, just running around, getting picks, running away, keeping the attackers on their toes, trying to keep them guessing at where these defenders are going to come from next. They always need to be watching their backs. Now we've got a great play here from Hibana, who's going to open up a hole on each side of the wall. So if there's any kind of denial, there's only one set of ex-Kairos that are going to get denied. It looks like we've got a Maestro there in Attic, just holding that position, waiting for someone to come through, as Astrology starts to come around to Tall Tower to no doubt join his friend Ash upstairs and push through that attic. Now we are going to see, having done her job, Hibana come outside to apply pressure from the double window. Now, I'll be honest, I very rarely see good stuff coming from that double window. It's quite a necessary one to hold a bit of a pinch, but it's not often you see a play from jumping in that window be successful. So you kind of resign to the fact that any player you put there, it's just a gun rather than an actual assault strategy. It's more as a bit of a flank watch, someone to shut off those anchors. As the closet wall does now get opened up in a 4v4 with 1 minute left to go. Still plenty of utility left in the pockets of Manic here. Plenty of ex-Kairos pellets available. Well, 2, but that is enough to open up a key line of sight. Plenty of lifelines left for Zofia. 1 Ace Selma left and 1 Ash breaching round means that there's still plenty of damage that can be done by Manic. Now we can see that the 3 players are stacked up here on Bedroom and Attic. Again, this is the push or the pinch that I talked about earlier that most teams will do. An unfortunate lifeline use there from Zofia as she stuns absolutely nothing, but Rastin peeks around with that shotgun, manages to take her down and even up the man count at a 3v3. 1 player still on the double window and still the pinch coming out from this east side of the building as that Alder does tear Phantom apart with 10 seconds left to go. It's Chaps left all on his own with just 10 health left. He's got 2 players on full health to try and push. He's got a shield, but he doesn't know what's behind it. He knows there's likely a player behind that unit in the kids' dorms, and it is Maestro with the Alder. And again, whatever gets in the way of the Alder generally gets ripped apart. And in this case, it was the head of the last player of Manic. And MKERS take that round, making it 6-5 match point as we are on the brink of a possible draw.
Possibly. It's the last round of regulation, and the last round we will see of Oregon, as we're either heading for a MKERS win or a draw. I have been singing the praises of Manic throughout this matchup, but that was a very, I don't want to say poor, that sounds mean, but that was a very poor attack. They used their time efficiently. They got what they cleared the utility that they needed to clear at clearing through attic. They got the walls and the breaches open that they needed to. They established the positions that they needed to on attack. They had a player on the double window, player pushing attic, 2 players master side. But they stalled out. They had 55 seconds when I just explained all that they did. They cleared everything, opened everything that they needed to, still had 55 seconds left to do, and they just stalled. They didn't look like they had a clear plan in mind of what was going to happen next. That can really hurt you, especially when you're executing. If you don't have a clear plan in mind that everyone's on the same page about, you're just going to stall. People are just going to wait for a kill, and Makers didn't give Manic that kill. They just sat, waited, because Manic really stalled out, and I think Makers noticed that. They just held their angles and capitalized on Manic running out of time and being rushed for an execute in the end.
Yeah, and as we go back downstairs to laundry and supply room, we're seeing a very common setup being deployed. We've got the attackers all coming from construction. We've got all 3 hatches reinforced with 1 roamer just roaming around, waiting to waste a little bit of time, maybe get a pick or 2 as the gunfire comes through that doorway. Instead of taking that gunfight, Jaeger is going to back out and try to keep them guessing. He's been droned. They know where he is, but he takes out that drone, and he is going to make them guess even more as they try to work out how they're going to shut him down. But we've got a much more standard defense downstairs on laundry, where we've got a single wall of electrical reinforced with a load of holes, allowing a player in electrical to peek that double door of blue. We've got the standard reinforcement on the main wall with a rotate right next to it, allowing the players to move in and out freely between elbow and the site. As the Zofia lifelines are going to go out, they are going to push Rastin back a bit, but they're not actually going to capitalize on that. They know that someone's there, but they aren't going to capitalize and push down to try to get that kill, which is a bit of an unfortunate waste of utility. And we're only a minute in, and already Zofia has absolutely 0 utility left other than 3 breaching charges, which, to be honest, aren't going to be a great deal of use when you're attacking this site. Oh, beautiful kill there from Phantom onto Killiator. Here's the player coming round from that rotate, and he does get shut down. Now, quite often at this point, you would see this hole getting reinforced, but there just is no time for the defenders to do it. They're going to have to leave it open, as the attackers have got complete control of Blue Bunker now. 2 versus 3. Manic have the man advantage, but it is very quickly lost as Wes takes down that one player. He's going to use this shield. Diffuser gets picked up. He knows there's a player down there, but he is going to get fragged. And that leaves Karyudo all on his own. And we could well see a draw coming out here. Karyudo holding here firmly in freezer. That plant is going to go down in the corner. He's not going to be able to deny it from there, but he does manage to get himself into a 1v1. Manic still has diffuser. He stops the plant, and he's going to try to find another spot to go to. He's going to put down the air jab, which is going to knock... No, it's not going to knock Karyudo down, but he is going to bait it out to try and spend that utility as Manic moves around to the other side. Now, this has been read into by Jaeger. He's going to open fire, peek all of the possible angles as a second air jab goes down to stop that rotate from being useful. Karyudo knows it's there. He's going to get knocked back. That plant is going to be successful. Manic's going to... Oh! Karyudo manages to take him down. And as a lot of us might have expected, Makers have managed to take this round. With not a dominating last round. I wouldn't say they were particularly strong there. They managed to hold it together and bring it back, making it a 7-5. And Makers Academy take Oregon. As we had expected, just not the way we expected them to do it.
What? Why did Pogo sprint? He heard the air jab get detonated. He knew where he placed the air jab in the double door from highway. And he sprinted to it. He Shift W.
Yeah.
Shift W is the downfall of so many people. And if I could give one piece of advice to anyone to improve, it is stop Shift Wing. If you are anywhere around the site, you should never touch that sprint key, because the amount of times I see people die because they don't have their gun ready to take an engagement when they're in a danger area, you should only sprint if you know you are 100% safe. And that was the downfall of the Nomad there in that 1v1. Credit where credit's due to Cariudo. He pulled out the 1v2 on match point. But I think that Manic really tossed that one away. I hate to say that people threw around you've always got to give the credit to the player who clutched it, but I think Manic really they'll be kicking themselves about that one.
Yeah, the plant was successful. Like you say, he knew exactly where Ye had gone down. He could have retreated back to the default rotate in between laundry and site. He could have played it safe from there. He could have just sat up close to the door frame of where he'd planted, just waiting for Jaeger to come around. But instead, for some reason or another, he decided, hey, it sounds like I've knocked back Jaeger. He's going to be just getting up. He's got a vertical grip rather than an angled. It'll take him a while to get his aim right. Let's just push it and see if we can get that kill and finish with real style here. But unfortunately, it went against him. And even though he'd managed to do the hard work of successfully getting the plant, like you say, he didn't necessarily throw it away. He just didn't manage to capitalize on all of the hard work that he'd done up until that point. So an unfortunate one there for Manic, and MKERS just made the best of it.
Yeah, so we will just toss to a quick break between the two maps. Our next map up will be Clubhouse, and we'll see if Manic can take any points off of MKERS in that one. See you back very shortly.
Yeah, stay with us, guys.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final map of this evening. And Makers and Manic. First map was on Oregon, and Makers came through just, I'd like to emphasize just, 7-5 victors. Manic was so close to a map draw, which, in my opinion, they deserved. They performed really strongly and really gave Makers a run for their money. Makers obviously confirmed favourites for this matchup. But moving on to Clubhouse 2. What can we expect from these two and potentially the outcome?
Well, it's tricky to say. I haven't seen much of them on this map. Based on looking at the standings, I would have assumed that Makers would walk away with it. Clubhouse is one of those maps where a team, from what I know of Makers Academy, it's one of those maps where I would expect them to excel. But having seen what Manic just pulled off against them, it's a tough one to call. Clearly, everyone is favouring Makers, but they did that for the last map as well, and we've just seen what happened. Based on what I just saw, I'm going to assume I'm going to go with a Makers win here as well. They are starting on attack, so like I said in that last map, they seem to favour pushing aggressively together, so I'd expect to see a lot of that coming out here and just dominating whatever site they decide to walk into. Let's see if we see a bar and stock take like we did in that previous game to this one. That'd be interesting.
Heavily doubt we'll see a bar stock this matchup.
You don't think?
No. Well, that was the first time this season bar stock has been defended in ECS and actually won. So, props to JetSki boys. But interesting initial ban from Makers banning out the Monty. Yeah. Monty has fallen off in his ban rate as of late with the nerf to the shield break being quite heavy, meaning that you cannot just get up close and personal as Monty now. You have to kind of keep your distance and just be that intel gatherer. So interesting ban. The more consistent bans with the flow of things are the Thatcher and the Valkyrie from Manic this time, as they banned exactly the same last map on Oregon, and the Cade ban from Makers follows suit. So almost the exact same 4 bans, but more importantly, Maverick being left on the board on arguably his strongest map is going to make the attack a lot quicker and easier.
Yeah, I always say this for this map. I mean, people love to ban Thatcher, but on this map, I never really understand why so many teams don't ban Maverick. Thatcher, you walk up to the wall, you chuck your EMP down, it stops the bandit. You can still get round the Thatcher trick. You have Ash or Zofia go downstairs, open up the floor, bandit can't sit there and trick anymore. You use a lot of utility to deny that. Whereas with Maverick, you literally just walk up to the wall, make a little hole at the bottom, and that's it. Job done. Just one bit of a blowtorch, and that is bandit tricking denied, and that wall is free for the taking. So I still don't really get why a lot of teams will choose to ban Thatcher over Maverick on this one. I don't know. I mean, I'm no mastermind. I'm not a great player myself. I'm sure there's reasons, but I just don't get it.
I would agree with you. I think that you can be you can capitalize a lot more on a Maverick ban, because the Maverick, if you ban out Maverick, it means that the attackers are forced to go below, because an EMP does not stop a bandit trick, as you said. You can easily bandit trick if the attack just chucks an EMP at the wall. It doesn't stop that bandit from doing his job. When you are forced to go below, you have to drone out below, you have to take the control of below, worry about your flanks, and it just adds to the time that the attack needs to take to get that CCTV wall open. And we do see a lot of attacks are time constrained on this bomb site, so just making those vital seconds that they need to drone down below in stock and lounge, those can be vital to winning out a round. But interesting, Manic 6th picked off of the Maverick. So potentially their attack strategy is already set in stone with the Maverick off the board. And oh my goodness, what a read from Sparkins. Potentially a pre-placed drone in bar just waiting and knowing that Kariudo is going to play aggressive on the pool table window. Another aggressive peek out of the Adam window from Killiator finds him gone from the round. And Manic already 2-man advantage.
What are Makers doing? Those were 2 lives thrown away completely unnecessarily. There was just no need for that whatsoever. Fair play to Makers for trying to make a play and make something happen, but a little bit over exuberant from them perhaps. Didn't pay off. They're now going to feel the pressure. If Manic don't win this round, I'd be suitably surprised. I'm not going to say I'd be very surprised, but I would be rather surprised. Suitably surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, Manic just going through the steps. They're clearing the utility from below. Astrology using those Zephyr lifelines to destroy the Goro shield on radio door. Ooh. And the frag grenade from Pogo removes the player on rafters from his ever so important position. Wes has to make a play, and he brings the man count ever closer into Maker's favor. He removes the Ash from down below, and that's an important frag because now he can potentially rotate back down below for a C4, as well as Cat Solar has access to one of those nitro cells to stop the plant. Another aggressive peek from Wes. He out of the breach, but Chaos Chaps is ready for it, and it leaves Cat Solar in the 1 versus 4, and he gets sprayed through from red stairs. Astrology ascends into the heights of space, and Manic with the first round.
They absolutely dominated them there. Makers just throwing away 2 lives early on that they didn't need to throw away. That was the undoing of it. If they hadn't thrown those 2 away, who knows what would have happened. We could have seen it go a different way, but they decided to just get a little bit ballsy for the start of the round. It didn't pay off, and they suffered the consequences of it, with the numbers just quickly getting whittled down and just allowing the defenders to just turtle up on site, wait for the attackers to just swing on to the most obvious positions that they were going to swing on, and they got taken down. And very convincingly, Manic win a round on their map. To be fair to them, their map pick, but I don't think anyone would have expected Makers to make plays quite like that.
Yeah, and Makers haven't really read into the fact that Manic are not bringing the Maverick. They showed it last round, but they would have noticed that it was just an ace that opened up the breach. They went below, Ash charged the mute jammer off, and they haven't bought a bandit, which could be a neat adaptation to make, because you could easily bandit trick those ace charges, especially if you 6-pick to the bandit when Manic are just expecting 1 mute jammer to go. As soon as they destroy the mute jammer, Chaps chucks all his ace charges on the wall, and then, oh, what do you know, it's been bandit tricked and their round has gone through down the drain. So Makers obviously, with the exact same lineup, looking to change something, not throw those lives away so quickly as you pointed out they did last round. Manic just want to do a repeat.
Yeah, we're seeing pretty much the exact same setup come out. We've got the same Goyo shield placed on, I don't know what you call that spot. It's where people... Radio, that's what it's called officially. Okay, so standard Goyo shield placed up there on radio. Another signal jammer on the wall, as you called out. So seeing the same setup, but then why wouldn't you? It worked so damn well for them the first time. Not. So, but they're going to try and make it work again this time, like I say. Not just going to throw away the lives, but we do have Ash making short work of that signal jammer. That's now going to allow Ace to open it up, as the players are going to fall back into cash and not hold in CCTV itself, which normally you don't anyway. We're going to have Wamai playing up here on rafters. Got a Malusi there to slow down anyone. Sorry, an ADS there to take down any grenades that come up. And at this point, I'd expect to see either Ace or Hibana starting to do work on the wall directly underneath where Rustin is playing right now. As he knows there's a player outside that doorway, he's going to keep going for it, but it is being held. Oh, it's being held by Pogo, but he does get taken down by Rustin, who manages to get that pick. And that wall is starting to get opened up by Hibana, which is very, very common. It allows you a complete line of sight up onto the rafters and that window, shutting off the rotate for the defender that is inevitably going to be up there. But it doesn't matter, as Chaps does take him down with 1 minute 20 left to go. 4v3. Phantom firing wildly onto Legion. Was it Legion?
Jaeger.
It was Jaeger, sorry, yes. Does a load of damage to Jaeger. But he is going to try to move around and get that flank. No, he's not. He's just going to bait him. But Jaeger, he doesn't fall for the bait. He's going to open fire, do a whole load of damage to Phantom. The Yash and Jaeger classic fight, and Jaeger is the one that wins out as we do go to 4v2. And a quick rotate here coming out from Jaeger. Oh! Beautiful C4 from Wes, and that leaves us now in a 4v1, 3v1, and round. Sorry, there's a lot going on there. I got so confused what was going on.
It was a mania, that round. Karyudo just doing his best Joe impression and flying out of every window possible. Well, maybe not possible, but getting the kill onto the Ash, playing aggressive on the construction window, then hopping out of the Conts window at the second time of asking and finding the kill onto the final player on Rafters. So impressive from MKERS. Their re-defense of CCTV was successful, and one of the big kills was Rastin's opening pick. The sledge went down first. And why was that important? Because how did Manic clear the Rafters player the first round? They naded him. And Sledge is the only player on the lineup that Manic have nades on. So that meant that Manic, their garage push completely faltered. They had to just go route 1 through the breach, and of course there's so many crossfires to worry about. The C4 came out to collect the ace, and then finally Karyudo from server window collected the final kill. So instead of going for a basement defense, MKERS opt for this gym hold. And gym has been a really interesting bomb site over the course of Clubhouse. It's really taken a form as one of the more primary bomb sites that teams like to hold. I've personally seen it evolve into becoming more prevalent than CCTV bomb site, as so many teams are really efficient at attacking CCTV now, that potentially bringing out a gym, Manic might not be as useful on their attack as they may wish to be on the basement attack. That was very wordy, I apologise.
That's absolutely fine. There is a lot to be said. Interestingly, we're seeing a gym and bedroom hold here. The boys from MKERS deciding not to go downstairs to Church and Arsenal, which is the most common first or second site to get played. What's even more interesting is that we're seeing the hold on gym and bedroom without the standard mirror being played in bathroom. She's on the table, she's available, but MKERS have decided they're not going to go for it. Everything else about this hold is fairly standard. We've got the castle barricade on the door, we've got all the holes, we've got the extended hold over there into cache. Sorry, no, we don't have the extended hold to cache. Sorry, it is actually reinforced off. I thought they'd extended over there, but they haven't. My apologies. So normally we'd see an extended hold into cache where that reinforcement is close to construction window. We'd expect to see some holes there, allowing a line of sight all the way through to the gym. And you'd expect that hold to go all the way to cache. Now I see why I thought it was an extended hold. It's because they did actually reinforce that main CCTV wall, and I thought that they had actually kept that going, but they haven't. So an interesting setup and use of the defensive utility there. Now the castle barricades made light work off by Ash and the breaching rounds. They had all the utility they needed to take it down. Bandit has already taken a hell of a lot of damage, being down on about 20 HP right now, choosing to take a bit of a gunfight here from this more healthy player, shall we say, outside of that window, but has decided to give up and retreat into the bathroom. We're going to have Castle holding a position on the hatch, which is going to be a very common drop for most attacking teams. What we'd normally expect is that hatch to get opened up early, and then, oh, nice kill there from Pogo. We'd expect that to be called into play, that hatch, at the last moment when they need to do a flank from another position, when they find out, hey, we're not going to make it in through the bedroom doorway, we need to go somewhere else.
Pogo with a nice second onto the head of Rastin, trading out his teammate, but keeping the man count in Manic's favour. I'd like to point out that all of the Selma charges on Ace were bandit tricked by Cat Solar because of the smoke grenade that was used through the drone hole by Chaps himself, which meant the bandit was covered while bandit tricking from the gym window. And speaking about bandit, Cat Solar gets the frag onto Phantom as he finds his way into the bomb site. And with 15 seconds left, the gym window jumping is being held by Cariodo from down below.
Easy.
And this is spelling disaster for Manic, but the player down below gets spotted by Manic, and that allows freedom from Manic to push into the gym bomb site and potentially get a plant down. That's Chaps' work to do, but the bomb gets dropped on construction door, and clock hits 000. The teammates of Manic are nowhere to be seen, and Manic, what was your attack strategy?
Did we have makers in gym? Was that where the diffuser was? Where the C4 went off?
So Chaps had the bomb in construction, walked into a Malusi, into Master, died. There was a player on the roof and a player on main stairs, so couldn't recover the diffuser. We can talk about late round, but the round was lost early round. That smoke canister from Chaps was disastrous. It went through the drone hole on Jacuzzi, and it allowed the bandit to bandit trick the wall, even though Ash was on the gym window. You would say whenever you've got gym window open, he Ash charged the castle into the 90 hallway on the gym door. Open, he Ash that open, and you would say that's that, bandit can't trick. But the smoke canister from Ace gave him the cover to do so, and credit where credit's due. Killiator, or was it Catsola on the bandit, he tricked all the Ace Selma charges, so that meant that Manic could not open up or get through the Jacuzzi wall. Hibana rotated their late round, but she only had 6 pellets left for a head height angle. So round falling apart and lost early stages, early doors for Manic, but not. It's early days in the game. We've only on round 4 now, but they have to start potentially getting a couple more attacks on the board before the side switch to have any chance of coming out with any points.
So as we head into round number 4, we are going to get a Church and Arsenal defence. Not much choice. The two other favourite sites have been taken off the board, so Church and Arsenal is going to be the third rotation for them. After this, no doubt we'll see them go back to CCTV, regardless of what happens, I think. So with Church and Arsenal being played, we're going to have the standard hatches up top reinforced. An extended play coming out from Lucy is going to play here on blue, waiting to see if someone comes through that window. But we have the 3 players at least from Manic doing their top floor roam clear as they start to push in. But do they realise that we have a roaming Mozzie up here? Now, one random shot does go through the window, but I don't think they actually know that Mozzie's there. They might know about the player on the top of red, but they didn't know Mozzie was there until he just opened fire. There is one easy pick there for Mozzie out on the balcony as he is on drone, but Mozzie doesn't realise he's there, just not watching, and he's not going to take that aggressively, so he is going to be allowed to just stand there getting that intel. But a nice pick there from Phantom downstairs with a headshot onto Karyudo, as Manic do start to take a really good level of control here on Clubhouse, making it 5-3, with Sparkins losing a fair bit of health along with Pogo. And they are now going to start making their way down towards site. But we do have Killiator here on blue, who's going to be a thorn in the side as he takes down Pogo, putting it to a 3-4. With the rest of the players over here on the bathroom side looking like we're going to get a main stairs push. They've got Ace, who's likely going to come downstairs, open up that church wall, and that is going to be their plan of attack here, is to take church, plant behind black box most likely, and then try and hold it from there.
Rastin's taken a couple of pot shots at Shadows in Garage, and it looks like Manic actually don't know of his presence, because Sparkins is going to walk with his back to Garage and be punished for it. Manic, where are your headsets? Where are your ears? You've heard the commandos shoot a couple of times from Garage, and no one's paid attention. And they have really suffered because of it. But we're now onto the execute onto site. Rastin has fallen back onto site. A few missed shots from Astrology finally finds the kill onto the smoke of Wes. And that means that Makers are really strapped for man on the bomb site. There's another player pushing down blue, but Rastin's up to the task onto the push onto Church, and it's really all falling apart. But Astrology pushes into the site. Killiator flanks round, pipes, and gets the trade onto his teammate. The main cam still up. Manic, a lot of mistakes that round, and rightfully so. Makers come out with the round win.
Yeah, it was a a lackluster start and middle for Makers, I think, with the way they approached it. Like you say, they had no idea where some of the defenders were, despite gunfire going off. It was like they just didn't twig that, oh, wait a minute, there's a player over there, I need to make sure I watch out. They just sort of seemed to ignore it and lost some bodies that probably shouldn't have got lost, but they managed to come good at the end. They managed to focus their execute onto that church wall, a very common execute, which Manic just weren't ready for. Sorry, which Makers weren't ready for. They managed to get it open, but Makers on site managed to completely
Attackers
deny
need
it.
to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah. I hate to say it, but yeah, sloppy round from Manic. They were punished, and that's what Makers are so good at, punishing mistakes. And it's the kind of team that when you make a mistake, they will win the rounds, and there's nothing you can do about it because they have so many players on their side. Rastin, Wes, Karyudo, Kiliate, and Katsola, all 5 of these players can come out of rounds with multi-kills. They can make the influential play that will win out the round.
5 seconds.
And that's what they're doing. 3-1 up on round count, moving into round 5. Manic need to look for another successful attack onto the CCTV bomb site. But they're going to have to deal with the exact same lineup and probably exact same hold that Makers are bringing out. So if the adaptation is strong from Manic, they can look to where they were weak in their last attack, and that was on that garage push. So they make amends to that, and this round looks promising.
Yeah, Hibana's going to start going to work on that garage door, as I talked about in the previous round that was played here. That's going to allow the line of sight up onto the window. And Rastin is going to be kind of locked down to where he is, but it looks like he's got a pretty solid angle there onto the garage doorway, just waiting for a player to try and peek it. We have the token signal jammer there on the main wall, along with the Goyo shield again on radio. And we're going to need to see Sophia going in there to take down that signal jammer, or Ash. Depending on which one is closer. It looks like it is going to be Ash. That is taken down. That's going to allow Ace to start to open that wall. It's not going to get denied. It is just going to get opened right up. As we can see, 2 players down here stacking up on that garage doorway, looking like they're going to be getting ready to push their way in through lounge and possibly up the main stairs. Unless we are going to see one of those walls get opened underneath the catwalk, which I'm not sure we are. So I think we are likely to see a lounge push from them. As Mute takes a whole load of damage, and he does... Oh no, it was unreinforced, so they have just managed to walk in, I guess. Fair play to them.
Clearing of the utility on Raft. Mai's discs have been taken care of by the flashbangs on the Hibana, but the first frag grenade doesn't net the kill, and the flank through lounge gets Karyudo 1, but he's quickly traded away. Rastin pops his head up and finds Sparkins. Phantom has been downed as well. That was Karyudo who made the mess of damage inside of garage. Chaps finally deals with that troubled player on the garage catwalk. Now Makers have a whole task to work at. The player of Kiliator is now back down below, looking for a frag on the position that Karyudo found himself graved in before, and it's all up to Wes to hold the bomb site on his own. Kiliator with a beautiful headshot onto Astrology inside of Adam, and he's now gonna be quite wary in taking any more gunfights because of his HP, but he's got a long rotate towards the bomb site, so Wes is gonna have to stop this plant himself. Nice. The C4 goes out, doesn't net the planter, but gets the player covering, which means that Chaps has to pull off the plant, but he does find the kill pulling off that plant onto the Goyo of Wes. Kiliator with 1 HP finds another player covering. That's Pogo goes down, and he makes the ringer Rosie with Chaps with the AK-12. Wins the one-on-one, and Manic get their second round, and Chaps with a beautiful solo attempt on the offense of the top floor. 3k for him, I believe. Manic not down and out just yet.
That'd have been a great clutch there for the Legion on that one if he'd managed to pull that off. Just a lick of health left in him, managed to take down, was it 2? And then just 1 more left to get, but didn't manage to quite get it. Very unfortunate. So close for him. It was a great round for him, but unfortunately didn't manage to make it pay off. We are going to go back to CCTV and Cash for the last round of the first half. We've seen the guys play this 3 times already. They have lost it twice, so they only have a like a 30% win rate on this one, but they're going to give it another crack as their last round to see if they can turn that around and go into the next half at least as a 3-3. They don't want to go in 4-2 down, but it is a defender-sided map, so it's not going to be a huge surprise if Makers do win this one.
Yeah, I'm intrigued what Makers have kind of conjured up in that they're doing wrong. Rastin, yes, he's holding rafters well. When my discs are able to catch those throw balls, especially the nades from Pogo, but they haven't been doing so because Manic have been using so many throwables such as the flashbangs, such as the Zofia concussions to clear the ADSs on rafters and the my discs so that the frag grenade can hit Rastin unimpeded. And they just flood into garage and force the kill onto him. Yes, he had support from Karyudo down below, but he was only able to get a down onto Phantom and then trade it away. Killiator rotating down below onto those holes in the lounge wall yet again. It just wasn't all there for Maker's defense. So going up again with no change, I've got to kind of question it.
Yeah, and we're seeing the same assault come out here from Manic, where they've got Hibana early on opening up the holes, the line of sight on the right-hand side, and the crouch walk hole on the left-hand side of those doorways to allow Sledge to yet again come in, try to get some picks with a grenade perhaps onto Wamai, who's going to be laid up there on catwalks yet again. The exact same strategies coming out. Will they be able to make this pay off the way they have done in the previous rounds? Let's see what the attackers will bring out. At the moment, they've managed to do a bit of damage to Mute. They've done the work they need to do to start making their push onto site. They've taken down that shield that can be so impactful there on that radio spot. And it leaves Makers a little bit exposed as Jaeger's going to be walking around downstairs just trying to be that lurker that the attackers aren't going to expect.
Wes has been the last man alive, or one of the last two men alive so often, but he falls first this round. And now the clear onto the rafters player comes. The flashbangs go out, rain out, and Pogo may be aiming for a frag grenade to clear out Rastin. But Rastin's playing super aggressive onto the garage door and gets rewarded for it, but quickly traded away as the numbers flood in and Phantom gets the down. He's wary of another aggressive play into from lounge onto lower garage, but there's nothing coming as Karyudo's playing very aggressive on the other side of the map. Phantom nets his confirmed kill onto the player on rafters, but Karyudo with this very long and elevated angle from a green box onto rafters gets the trade onto his teammate on rafters.
That was a great play from Karyudo. Very common position to play. Managed to make it pay off as, like you say, the guy came up, confirmed his kill, but just wasn't ready for the Jaeger that was going to be firing down through those holes in that wall. So well played to him for that positioning. He managed to get a really good trade, getting two key players off of the board for the attacking side as Chaps now goes down, which means there is no more hard breaching in the hands of the attackers. But at this point, it doesn't matter. They've done the hard breaching they need. It is a 3v2 or 2v2 now, as we do see two upright players going up now against one upright player as the attackers have been knocked firmly off their feet. And the Makers managed to actually bring that one round with what looked like a really good round, I think, for Manic as they started to get those couple of early picks there on catwalks, but Makers just managed to turn it round.
Yeah, Karyudo, a star player in that round, really getting impact for himself. He was a nuisance down below. They droned him in blue, trying to flank up the blue stairs onto the Zofia. Was spotted out. He fell back to sight, wasted time. Made Astrology wary of his presence, fell back into the bomb site, got the kill onto the Ash from the long island to garage angle, then with an even longer angle from construction, through the construction wall, through the wall between the sites, onto the player carrying the diffuser on the breach, got the injure, and then cleaned up the final kill onto the Zofia, pushing up the red stairs. Impressive stuff from Karyudo that round, and even though he only has 4 kills in the first 6 rounds, 3 of those kills super impactful.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that's the thing that really matters. Is getting that impactful kill. Now we do see MKERS bringing out the Maverick, which we talked about earlier on in the game. So they're electing to play the Maverick role, whereas Manic had decided they weren't going to. Now, interestingly though, we have seen that Manic are going to go downstairs to Church and Arsenal for their first site. They're not going to go upstairs, but we are going to see a big hold upstairs coming up from Manic as they set up quite a nice defense here. And I am always happy to see Alibi come out to play. Now, I wouldn't say this is going to be the classic SSG hold, but we are going to see what look like 2 to 3 players are going to be holding upstairs, opening up hatches and just trying to deny the attackers from making their moves down onto that basement for as long as possible. We are going to see Maverick try to get this signal jammer. He is going to open up the hole, and that is going to be successful, which means that wall is now going to get opened up. So as you can see, that is so much easier to do when you are bringing a Maverick rather than having to go downstairs to try and rely on extra utility to get that wall open. So a great play there. Even though not quite the right site for Maverick, they've still made it work. It's been very useful just due to the setup that Manic have decided to employ.
Carriedo being downed and finished off by the impact grenade from Pogo.
Nice.
And the roam from Manic falling back to the bomb site, wasting a minute and netting a kill onto the Ash as well for their efforts. And really well played. But Astrology persists inside a bathroom. Obviously, Maker's first initial roam clear was on the top floor. Astrology persists inside a bathroom, but he falls back onto the bomb site, being lit up from the cage angle from the Hibana, only with that 1x scope taking that long engagement, so not able to land the all-important headshot onto Astrology to send him down for this round. 90 seconds gone. 90 seconds left. The Maverick's going to get to work on this stock hatch, and Phantom's going to be pressuring it, looking for the tip, a pixel of the head of that American operator, but not able to do so. Very good Maverick tricking there from Kiliator, not exposing himself to the potential peaks from down below.
I'm interested in why they chose to use Maverick for that rather than Hibana. She has a couple of pellets left in her pocket. I'm not sure why they would choose to use Maverick for that, as it was a much longer task. Now, Vigil is going to get spotted down there, ironically, I think, by the drones, which is not the way you're supposed to play Vigil. You're not supposed to get spotted by drones, but it happens, and he does manage to get picked off, evening things out now with the 4v4. The grenades are going to fall down through that hatch, but one of the ADSs is going to soak it up. As we do get Maverick dropping. Now, Manic does manage to get that pick, but the diffuser is starting to get planted. 3v4, and it is going to be successful. Oh no, it does get denied by Astrology. He gets quickly refragged, and we are now in a 1v2. So Sledge up top, he has no diffuser in hand. He's going to hear the player outside in the hallway. He's going to open fire. He's going to do a bit of damage, but he's not going to manage to finish the job until just now as he sees him through the holes in the floor. He's got no choice but to do a hard push down main stairs, and Phantom just going to play safe. He knows where diffuser is. He doesn't need to go for any hero plays. He just wait, and he does. And he manages to win the round with just checking that his crouch key is working there. It is good. It is working.
Yeah, I think the days of old when we had hard testing of the crouch key, I'm sure there was there must have been a patch at some point just to help out players that were really struggling with their crouch key at the end of a round. Important round there for Manic. They did not want to go 5-2 down. That 3-round deficit is really hard to come back from mentally and physically. So winning that round puts them within 1 of MKERS. And the reach for Manic now, they're looking for the sky. They're looking for the ceiling. They want to get a clean rotation. All 3 bomb sites won, and their next bomb site will be CCTV Cache, and the exact same lineup that we saw from... No, not the exact. They have a smoke instead of a lesion.
Smoke, yeah.
So Manic with almost the same lineup that MKERS had on this bomb site. I anticipate it will be a very similar hold. We'll have the Wamai holding rafters. The Goya shields will be placed on radio. There you go, 1 top red. Pretty much similar. They've reinforced off logistics into construction, hopefully open up the cache wall as well with head height holes. So if MKERS are wise to the strategy. The whole point of a strategy is you personally know how to counter it, and so you know the weaknesses of your defensive strategy. So the fact that Manic are bringing out almost the exact same defense, Makers might have a very easy time with this.
Yeah, they've been there, they've done it, they know how to counter it because they know how to do it themselves, so I can't see this being a particular struggle for Makers right now. They are in the lead, and here we go. Like we talked about, Maverick just rocks up, little hole, boom, job done. Wall is now free for the taking in less than 30 seconds, whereas not allowing Maverick into play, the chances are you'd be able to hold that wall for a lot longer. So it's an interesting choice there from Manic to just allow Maverick to be in play and then not play him themselves, which was a little bit weird. But we move on. They're doing what they can with what they've got. And we can see a big push coming over here from the gym and bedroom side. Now, this is a very common attack for a lot of teams to try and take from construction. It's a very easy side to take from. Generally, you might want to open up the CCTV side just to give yourselves a pinch or a last-minute flank. But the construction side is becoming a lot more favoured for a lot of teams. Once you've droned out that gym and bedroom side, all you need is one bit of flank watch on that main stairs, and you're completely free to move around here in the bedroom, gym, logistics area as much as you want to. But we can see that Chaps has set up, actually, along with the help of his teammates, quite a strong hold here. In construction with that shield. He's going to be able to sit behind it for quite a while with 2 ADSs at least helping him, I think I spotted, plus up to 5 or 6 magnets I think he's got now. That's going to hold back a lot of utility and really slow down a push from this team. We can see the gas grenades are going to go out as well, which is going to hold back the attackers for even longer, but that shield is eventually going to get taken down by a frag grenade from Sledge over at construction window, and that's going to force Chaps playing on Wamai to move back into sight to join his teammates and turtle up on sight as the attackers start to close in and were wanting to be making Manic feel really, really claustrophobic, like they've just got to watch every possible angle. And they are getting to that point now where we can see that Makers have got every possible position open that they need. They've got CCTV window, they've got CCTV wall, they can do the red stairs, they've got construction wall. And that's going to make things very, very difficult for Manic to be able to hold every single angle convincingly.
Yeah, Chaps is in a really pivotal position here. I don't think he's been droned out between the breach and the cache door. He relocates hard left of the cache door, and with Makers really strapped for time here, he could be the difference maker. If a player pushes through the breach, he is going to be able to collect a freebie. Even a player pushing through the door. The push through the breach comes, and that's the first kill, but quickly traded off by Wes. The kills rain out, and Makers come out on top in the 2 versus 1. Left below with Sparkins, but rotating up the red stairs. A clinical execute from Makers. Put them 5-3 up.
Yeah, that was beautiful work from there. The kill feed just absolutely lit up with like 20 seconds. That was true 20-second meta there. Is like, say, we've got 20 seconds left, and all of a sudden it's just a flurry of kills. Makers have flooded into sight through all of those holes and angles that they'd opened up, and just completely dominated Manic, who didn't know which way to turn to try and stop that push. So yeah, well played to Maverick. To Makers for a great setup, and then just a surgical coordinated strike on a defense that was just left wondering, what the hell's going on, guys? What do we do?
There's beauty in chaos, and when you can, as an attacking force, when you can just send everyone into the bomb site, you know that the defending comms are gonna be in chaos.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna be calling. No one's gonna be hearing those calls because there's 3 or 4 voices going on at once, and you, as an attacker, an attacking force, can really just capitalize on the mania that ensues inside of the other team's comms. They don't know where they're being pushed from next because there's 4 players running rampant inside of the bomb site. So really clinical, as I said before, execute from Makers. They were strapped for time, and it was Manic's round to lose, and they lost it. Well, more of Makers' round to win, because they really needed to pull something out to win that round. Manic, all the way up to the final 20 seconds, played that round perfectly. But the round is 3 minutes long. You don't play the entire 3 minutes perfectly, there's potential for the loss there.
Yeah, and ironically, Manic just couldn't deal with the mania that happened at the end, unfortunately for them. So they're going to move over to Gym and Bedroom. We haven't seen the site coming out from them yet. And again, we're seeing Gym and Bedroom get played without Mirror. Is this something that's becoming very common from the games that you've seen? Because it's not something that I see often. If Mirror's on the board, people generally take her.
Yeah, if I can agree. If Mirror's on the board, teams will generally take her for this bomb site. But these two teams opting not to. There's stronger, arguably stronger operators. Phantom starting off with one of the strongest operators, Malusi with the MP5, getting that frag from the server window, I believe, onto the player on 52. Catsola goes down. And the frag grenades are gone, but Maverick still has access to those frags, so it's not the be-all and end-all like Manic had when their sledge fell. Killiator, with the frag grenades, able to clear a play out of Bathroom if the ADS is burnt, because Manic are playing a rotate in Bathroom rather than fully reinforcing it off. But that's smart, because obviously Maverick on the board, he can just blowtorch the Bathroom wall open, so you want to play that rotate there.
I like the play here from Pogo. I like the play here from Pogo on that castle, who's playing over in the construction area. He's got the castle barricade up and holes in the bottom of the wall, and he's just laying there, just waiting to find some feet. C4 is going to go out, but it's not going to find the target, as Pogo is still holding construction, waiting to find the legs. Sparkins is going to get droned out, and as he tries to back away, he gets shot while he's trying to worm his way out of the bathroom. Not aware that there's a player there at the window, just waiting and watching. 2 quick kills coming up from MKERS as they manage to take the lead and are convincingly starting to push their way into sight. We've got 2 players over on Jacuzzi side, one coming from construction side who has managed to take Pogo out of commission. Plant is going down as Phantom claims a life, and the plant is going to be successful. C4 is going to get ripped, but I don't think it's going to find anyone. He's not even going to bother to rip it. Rastin takes him down before he can set it off, and then Killiator peeks around the corner, spots the head of Jaeger, takes it off, puts around on the board for MKERS, and that puts them on match point, I believe, if my maths are correct.
Yeah, match point for MKERS, and another surgical execute onto the bomb site from them. They essentially suffocated the players in the bedroom site, the Sparkins inside a bathroom. That whenever the mute jammer was, even though the Sparkins wasn't killed by the frag grenade removed the mute jammer from the bathroom wall, and that allowed the ace to then Selma charge open the bathroom wall, and Sparkins was forced to rotate out, and his rotate was being held by the Hibana on the master window. So really well coordinated there from MKERS to essentially just make bedroom a kill box, and that's what they did. The secondary player of, I believe it was the castle inside of Master, was then killed from the bathroom breach because he had nowhere safe to play, and it snowballed from there on in. So Manic going back down below, the only bomb site which they have been successful in defending so far is the Church Arsenal site. They had this very effective roam between the Vigil, the Alibi, and the Jaeger last time around. They're going to repeat that. So MKERS, after a very impressive... Wow, I'm going to stop right there. Rastin, 14 and 7 on support. Congratulations.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah. +5 on trading as well. 4 multi-kill rounds, 89% cost. What more can you ask for from your support?
Yeah, clearly showing that Ace as an operator is more than just a support player. I mean, he's got the gun of a fragger, the utility of a support. He is just an all-round great flexible operator. Rustin putting him to great use here in this matchup. Oh, Vigil is going to get spotted with that beautiful yellow ping. What will the attackers be able to do about this? Now, the impact trick, is that successful? No, it's not successful. That wall is still going to get opened up. The drones are going to flood in and try to pick off Pogo, who is going to retreat back downstairs. He's wasted a little bit of time, but not really enough. Is that wall open enough to be able to crash walk through? It looks like it should be okay. Can't quite tell. Astrology still roaming around upstairs, is going to fall back and give up control of the top floor to the attackers. And is he going to be able to get through there? I can't tell.
There?
Yeah, that looks crazy. I think that's actually a bit... It looks soft. but it's hard to say.
I think the impact trick collected a few of the ex-Kairos,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure. Astrology Elsewhere will collect Katsola into his book of kills, and that puts him on to 9 so far for the match. A good start on the round for Manic, especially getting the entry of Katsola, pushing through a bathroom and the sledge. And the Maverick in turn. That's Phantom with another. And all 4 frag grenades are down in the bin. And it's left up to the remaining 3 members. Make that 2 to win the round and win the all 6 points from today's matchup for Makers. Karuda goes down as yet Pogo persists inside a bar. Now the pinch comes between MVP so far of Rastin and Wes. And Rastin does find his 15th kill onto Pogo, making the man count slightly more in favour of Makers, but still it's a tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see another round coming out here. Now, Hibana doing something which I've seen a lot of teams doing very lately is instead of using the 4 pellets on the hatch, is actually using 2 and 2. Now, obviously, the reason for this is because you know it's going to get impact tricks, so why not use as few pellets as possible, bait out all of those impacts before you start really using all of your utility. Now, we are instead going to use Selmas here because despite that tactic, Hibana has actually run out of ex-Kairos pellets due to trying to open up other hatches. We can see she's opened up Stock's hatch, so that's why Ace has had to come in and try to make up for that. But with 30 seconds to go and Ace out of Selmas, Hibana out of ex-Kairos, I'm really struggling to see how the attackers can possibly draw a win here. I say that. Wes comes around, takes down Sparks, but there's still 3 left to find, with Rastin very, very slowly pushing his way through. Wes gets taken down. Rastin's going to come down. He's going to revive his teammate, but with 5 seconds to go, once he gets up, this is without a doubt a round for Manic. There we go. Phantom picks up those 2 frags through the holes in the wall, and we do get another round and another chance for Manic to try and take this to a draw. Now, at this moment, this isn't the worst position for Makers to be in. They're at the top of the leaderboard right now. If they get a draw here, they still get 1 point. They're still going to walk away with something. 1 point isn't going to make a world of difference to Manic at this stage, considering they're right down there at the bottom of the board. So there isn't really the pressure on Makers to perform here. They're not going to want to walk away with a draw. They're going to want to get a win. But at the end of the day, there's very little pressure on Makers right now.
Yeah, there is pressure on Manic. They are in a relegation spot between Contenders and Open, so they need to claw some form of points from somewhere, because the unfortunate forfeits that they've had to ensue so far this season, it's not, the table doesn't do them justice. But unfortunately, that's the way the cookie crumbles, and they've really showed and given us a testament to their strength so far today. Bringing Makers to all 12 rounds on Oregon, arguably should have obtained a draw, and we're almost to the 12th round here. Yes, we're only on round 11 now, but we could go all the way. Manic defending CCTV, this is still a bomb site which is strong, and something that they're changing up is the addition of the Castle and the Maestro to their lineup. So they've completely foregone the SES duo of the Mute and the Smoke. Instead, Pogo is going to be holding Lounge of those Castle barricades, and that's going to mean that Makers aren't really going to be able to have an easy time of trying to take down below and assault vertically.
Yeah, I mean, as we can see here from Castle, this is something I do myself. Even on Xbox, we use this strat, where you put up these Castle barricades and you can just basically sit here and just wipe people out by shooting them in the feet. I mean, you've got a flank possibly from blue, but if you're carrying the proximity sensors, which Castle is, you can put one at the bottom of blue. You know when someone's coming up behind you, and you can get ready to watch. You can also make holes in the lounge wall looking up to the catwalk. That allows you to get easy picks onto any players coming through the garage trying to get up that staircase. So the Castle play is very, very strong, but somehow he has managed to lose a whole lot of health and is down on 10. So although it's a great strategy, it looks like it's not being particularly well executed by Manic right now, as not only have they lost 2 players, but they do have 1 player, like I say, on about 10 HP. And this is looking very, very firmly like a Maker's round. And I'm struggling to see how Manic are going to be able to claw this one back. But let's see if they can pull a rabbit out of the hat as they all flood their way back up to site, except for Astrology, who is going to try and be a thorn in the side of Makers here by playing just a little bit off site, waiting for that late flank. But Makers aren't going to take any chances here and are still opening up all the possible angles as Pogo does manage to finally get a pick for Manic and try to even things out a bit more. As Phantom gets a second, cheeky little teabag there as he gets that kill and evens things up. And all of a sudden the Caster's Curse has actually possibly helped Manic to turn this round around.
Phantom expends a C4 looking to net 2 kills but isn't able to find anything for his worth. A minute 10 left and Manic have really done a lot to bring this back, but a down onto Killiator from Phantom. He's not able to do anything else other than that because the trade comes from Catsola. Good coverage from his teammate there. Astrology has wormed his way into construction, and this could be devastational for Makers, and they are really unawares. Maverick gets downed on the first kill, and the second for Astrology. The diffuser is on the floor, and it's all up to Catsola. Now a huge individual play from Astrology, and Pogo cleans it up. Manic with a 3 versus 5, and boy, you know it, we're going to round 12.
Who would have thought it? Great play from Astrology getting into that really advantageous spot there without the enemy knowing about it. He just crawled his way. He saw an opportunity, thought, hey, there's no one looking at construction. I'll just see if I can get over there behind this box. We'll get the jump on them as they come through. Maverick comes in, completely oblivious to the fact that he's moved there. He gets a beautiful shot onto Maverick in the back. He moves his way back towards site, knowing perfectly well that the last player is going to have very little choice but to try and peek him to get that refrag, and he reads into it perfectly, gets that kill, drops diffuser, leaving Sledge outside on his own with not really very much to do. He's not going to get the diffuser. He's got someone watching him through construction window, someone watching him through CCTV window. The pinch was perfect, and Manic with a great play there. Let's see if they can take this. At this point, I'd be more than happy to see Manic take a draw at this point. They deserve it for the amount of effort they have put in and the way they have managed to claw this game back.
Completely agree. Manic, if anything, I don't want to see them go away with no points. I feel like they've given us such a good matchup here with Makers that, come on Makers, you've got to give them a point, but obviously Manic have to earn it. The way they're going to be earning it is with a gym bedroom defense. They cannot go anywhere else apart from bar stock. We spoke about bar stock before. Don't think that's going to be happening, and it won't be. Manic with pretty much the same defense or hold, reinforcing all 5 walls in cash and bringing out the castle. Going to have the player of Sparkins most likely playing inside of bathroom. Hopefully, maybe one more ADS to stop that frag grenade destroying the mute jammer on his wall. That could be an adaptation that Manic may be making. But yeah, it's going to be a hard-fought final round, I'm sure of that.
Yeah, and as we go to gym and bedroom for the very last round, we are now seeing that extended hold over into cash with Jaeger playing there, just running backwards and forwards on that table, waiting for someone to come his way. It looks like we've got a standard castle barricade on CCTV wall, CCTV doorway rather, but we don't have any reinforced walls into cache and CCTV. So that's going to be potentially easy picks there for Makers if they decide to attack that way. We've got the standard 2 players here doing work on Jacuzzi wall to get that position so they can flood their way into gym and try to get a plant in there if they so choose, which is the most likely play, I think. But we've got Bandit in there that's going to be trying to deny that, as Sledge is going to come over and try to take responsibility for shutting down the player in bathroom, who is kind of trapped in the stalls right now. We've got Sledge there holding that angle into the bathroom. Mute, if he moves out, is very likely to get taken down.
Yeah, something of
there you
note.
go.
Something of note, as Sparkins does get caught on the bathroom, he goes for a peek trying to escape after the wall gets opened up, and he gets caught off. Chap's lighting up Chap's getting lit up by Cat Solar, and that ends the death of him. the drone's coming out into master bedroom as the ace makes his way inside of bathroom, and it's all falling apart for Manic now as Pogo in a 1 versus 5 to earn Manic a point. A tall
on,
order
Pogo.
for him with the UMP in his hand. It's not a great gun. It may be the worst gun in the game. He spots the gun barrel of the ace and is able to down the diffuser, but Wes on the upside down rappel has his teammates traders. Not even the upside down rappel to net the kill. Wes on the balcony ends the match, and a really impressive game for you today. Makers do come out 7-5 victors on Oregon and 7-5 victors on Clubhouse. 6 points for them sends them back up to the top of the table. Manic, unfortunately, don't get anything for their valiant effort.
Yeah, GG to both the teams, but yeah, well played to Makers at the end of the day. They took the win. They took it, not convincingly. GG to Manic, as we say, for putting in considering the record that they've got in the league so far, it was a stellar performance to see from them. Certainly for my first time with ECS. I'm glad it could be for that game, to be honest. Incredible one to watch.
Yeah, both teams. Just thank you for a great match. I love to see closely and hotly contested matches, even if we were on Oregon and Clubhouse. It was something to behold. But yeah, it's after that leaves Makers at the top of the table now on 32 points. They have they have
Sounds
won
right.
all 6 of their games so far, and they now overtake Rocket Gaming, moving into the final Playday. Top 4 spots in Contenders move on to the playoffs, and at the moment those standings are Makers at the top, Rocket Gaming in second, Paragon in third, and the Last Resort in fourth. But SN Peak are level on points with both Paragon and the Last Resort, so there's technically 3 teams that are fighting for those final 2 playoff spots. That Rocket Gaming and Makers have really run away with it so far. That interesting final last week, because Makers may have already secured top spot, but they play SN Peak next week. So SN Peak have everything to play for. Makers really have nothing to play for. They've secured their playoff spot. They haven't secured top spot, but they just need 3 points to secure that top spot. And seeding is quite important for the playoffs. If you're new here at ECS, the top 2 in Major go straight to the semi-finals of the playoffs, so they only need to win 1 best of 3 to move on to the grand finals. The top 2 in Contenders go to the semi-finals of the second stage. So there's a 3-stage bracket. You have the first stage, second stage, and final stage. Contenders teams move on to the second stage, and the third and fourth place Contenders team move on to the first stage. So there's a lot of difference between first and second and third and fourth. But it's impressive to see Makers obviously coming out on top, securing all those top 2 spots for their second to go into the league stage second round.
So what happens next, Mr. Kenny? Do we get an interview?
No interviews here at ECS. As much as I would love to talk to Rastin after his 18 and 10 performance, really driving it home there for Makers. But yeah, that's effectively it for us here this evening at ECS. I'd like to thank our production behind the scenes, which were Noah on Observers and Grissom on production. And obviously for the first time, Toot, thank you very much for joining me. Any last words you would like?
No, well, yeah, thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity. It's a great honour to be able to be here and cast in one of the larger T4 PC leagues for one of my first attempts at it. So yeah, thank you for having me. And yeah, also echo great production and observing there from the guys. Noah specifically, pretty much everything you wanted to see, Noah was there for us. So yeah, GG to you guys. And yeah, thank you. And thanks to the teams for being such a good game for my first one here. I'm hopeful that there'll be more to come.
Brilliant. Well, we have our Playday tomorrow, which is continuing the Contenders division. We will be starting at 6:30 CET for our first game tomorrow. There'll be 2 games tomorrow evening, and then as well as Tuesday, which we will see Makers in action yet again. Tomorrow is Saturday. Oh my god, I thought it was Sunday. Tomorrow is Major Division. We have my team, Skittle, against Arctic as your first game, and then AYB against Lions Creed for the second matchup tomorrow, starting from 5:30 CET, and then Monday we will continue the Contenders. Got my head around what day of the week it is. Perfect. Thank you everyone for joining, and we will see you here again tomorrow.